English translation 917th Contact Sunday, 7th of September 2025, 8:51 HRS.
I am here so early today because I have something to discuss with you. But greetings to you, Eduard.
Greetings also, my friend, as do you, Bermunda. What is so important?
Pay no further attention to me, because I am just a silent bystander here until you have spoken to Quetzal, but be greeted too, because Quetzal's question also concerns me elsewhere, and I have roughly the same problem to deal with. So this one is of the same kind as Quezal's, only just...
I understand that, and I guess it is good if we can talk about it. But I find it interesting that you two are dealing with the same problems that I would not have expected from you, Plejaren. Just that you are dealing with these things because they are commonplace on Earth. And I thought that with you,
that we would not have them. But that is not the case because we are also human beings like everyone else here on Earth.
Then you are actually only superior to us Earthlings technically, and in things concerning your state order, the laws, your education and peacefulness and living together, etc. Whereas you are...
Yes, that makes us...
no better off than we Earthlings, who just many of us, have to deal with that, unfortunately. I also had to deal with it, unfortunately, several times. For example, in the desert of North Africa, then also in India, and... well, it just happened, and I was all alone, and had to deal with it.
We know that, and it must have been very difficult for you. But you managed to cope with it. That is why Bermunda and I want your advice, because you were able to deal with it single-handedly, and yes, that is why the following, Eduard, which shall remain between us, because...
I see. Then I will tell you how you could tackle the whole thing, and how you could solve it. But the whole thing needs patience and therefore time, because...
it is also about me, but that should really stay between us.
Of course, as it is also with you, Bermunda. If everything is dictated to me later, then my little dots will simply come into play. Besides, there is no shame in either of you saying that this is a problem for you and asking me what to do to overcome it. But now you also speak, Quetzal, because it is necessary for me to know the whole thing, because only then can I give the correct advice, if I can then at all.
As I said, it is a matter of... however, this is now a problem to which I do not know how to...
And for that, I want to give you and Bermunda some advice. You are much older.
Yes, but
That is good. So listen, I can only advise you the same, that is one thing then, and what I can offer you as further advice, whether you follow it.
Of course, that is what I want to do.
Your advice is somewhat strange to me, but as you say, then I will go again, thinking that it will be as you say. In any case, I will be patient. Thank you, dear friend, and goodbye.
Good. This is the way, I suppose, and this has also been mine all my life. As it turns out, let me know when goodbye.
It is advice, and I think it is good, even if it also seems strange to me. But I will follow it. Thank you and goodbye.
I will also follow your advice.
Good, then we will see if I made the correct guess at some point. But now, my friend, I have the following. I gave my new book to Bernadette for pre-correction, and now that she has returned the corrections to me, I have realized that various things are missing in it, so I wanted to take out what was missing from the original in the computer and insert it into the corrected version. However, I was shocked to realize that what was missing was also missing from the original. So now it is not only on the stick that I give to Bernadette that parts of what I have written disappear, but also in the computer. Well, as Arlian was with me at the time, he of course noticed everything and endeavored to get the original quickly, which he had also photographed, just like you and Ptah. So for 8 hours he was able to dictate to me some of what had disappeared. The next morning I wanted to open the whole thing again on the computer that I had saved, but it had simply disappeared. So I put the stick with the article that Bernadette had corrected back into the computer, but when I tried to open it, everything had also been deleted and disappeared. So I called Michael in the hope that he might be able to repair the damage and save what Bernadette had already corrected, and also what Arlian had returned and dictated to me. But despite his efforts, the stick remained empty. So you and Bermunda came here and brought my photographed book, from which you dictated to me again for 3 hours what was missing, which was saved. But when I tried to open it again yesterday, it had also disappeared and the folder was simply empty. Fortunately, we now have the whole thing.
The whole thing of damage meddling in your work started very early, and back when Say suffered the accident and could no longer come to you, but we were only able to find that out 4 days ago. We discovered that much of what we gave you from my grandfather Svath's legacy in relation to your articles from the 1940s, which you continued to use officially on various occasions, had been maliciously altered, and full pages of writing had been maliciously removed, and words had also been omitted, altered, and moved around in sentences. Such articles from your youth, which my grandfather corrected back then, were handed over to you by us and then officially reused by you, whereby after such a long time since you wrote the articles, you were absolutely no longer able to understand what you had written back then. Therefore, you were also unable to determine in any wise that much had been maliciously removed and even written down, or that much had been removed and distorted by the religious energies that had taken on a life of their own. This is something very malignant that has survived to this day, and against which Arlian and his large group have also been able to do very little. Obviously, it is also getting worse and worse, so your work, which you do on the computer, is being affected more and more maliciously by these religious energies that have taken on a life of their own. This.
You can say that out loud, because it is actually getting worse and worse with it, which various members have also been able to witness for some time now, when they can watch me write and see what is happening. So, inevitably, it has become that I have to hire someone to do this and that, because for the life of me, doing it myself does not work.
I know that from my own experience, because I am also helping you. And this is particularly relevant now, because of your new book, in which you release knowledge that you have never spoken about openly and have also not explained in detail. I am referring in particular to creation energy and creation life energy and other things whose importance and wise function for Earth humans are important for their understanding. This knowledge, which was taught by Nocodemian ages ago, which only he was also capable of as a result of the knowledge from the Arahat Athersata level, brings clarity to many things. If he had not brought this knowledge here, as well as if it had not been passed on to us, we would also have no knowledge of it. Thus, only we Plejaren and our federates have the knowledge of what truly arises after the passing of life and how everything behaves. And since, according to our research, in other parallel universes of our creation, a time-related return of a herald from the plane Arahat Athersata never took place or takes place elsewhere, this knowledge is only known to us and our federation, and consequently also to you, who teach and spread the teaching of Nocodemion on Earth.
I know that, but Svath, your grandfather told me that I should only speak about it when the time comes, and for that I think that right now should be the time, because I think...
Unfortunately, that is unchangeable, as you know, but to talk about it and say what...
Yes, but at least some of the Earth humans get to know some of what really is and will come. So they also realize the effective nonsense of religions, which effectively corresponds to nonsense beyond compare.
Part of what you explain in your book regarding creation energy and creation life energy and overall creation energy, you should also add to our conversation here, as well as regarding education and the other articles here. Bermunda and I think that it is necessary that all that you have explained be explained in your circles. However, it will be necessary to check in particular what I have marked for you here on my copy. We, especially Ptah, Florina, and Injana, find it necessary. But first, everything has to be corrected by us. Together with you, of course. Because everything that you have already written under my grandfather's patronage, and which he also controlled, has been destroyed, page by page, by the religious energies that have taken on a life of their own. And the sentence sequences have also been manipulated. This will involve a lot of work, which I will have to carry out together with you, because this maliciousness of interference in your work, as well as the changes and destruction and other interference in your work, are outrageous.
You mean? That is a lot of pages, about 30 or so. It is also about rebirth, which does not exist, as well as other things.
Yeah, anyway, add it right here with our conversation.
Okay, if you say so, then so be it. But then it has to be pre-corrected by Bernadette first. Then I can take it out of the computer and add it to our conversation here. So it is 2 articles from my new book, which might be ready next year if everything turns out to be good. But it is probably good if I paste the articles here.
Alleged rebirth as it does not really exist. Checked for correctness. Svoth, Wednesday, the 16th of April, 1947. Eddie Meyer, Niederflachs 1253, Bullock.
First of all, the so-called rebirth should be brought up and serve to clarify that it does not and also cannot exist, because the creation energy form is a form that is, so to speak, a particle of the energy and power of creation. This energy, with its power existing in it, cannot become flesh. Consequently, it cannot be reborn as a human being. Because as an eternally existing creation, life energy, it is absolutely pure energy, with great power, but not material like the human being. It animates and which is transient. After dying, and therefore when death has occurred, the body dissolves, decays, and fades away, leaving only the bones. And so, when the life energy of creation escapes from the material human body and it becomes lifeless, it is dead. As pure energy and power, the body cannot be reborn, but it is given to it, as to every kind of life form, that the body and its organs must be animated by creation energy. Consequently, only through this does the body have life energy. The evolutionary creation energy, through which alone the creation energetic consciousness and its unconscious is formed, which is connected together with the creation energy and forms the negative and positive, and is also deposited stationary in the brain of the human being. But with this, he is not able to learn and become knowledgeable, but only through his physical consciousness, for with this alone he works and evolves, whereby through his subconsciousness, what he has learned is passed on to the effectively neutral creation energy unconscious, but only absolutely neutral values of the acquired knowledge, which are stored in order to enter the beyond, or that creation energy level, after the death of the human being and the body with the evolutive creation life energy, as well as the revitalizing creation energy, into that level of creation energy. This is in order to process everything in it, and after a certain period of time, which can be many decades, centuries, or even millennia, after which it occupies an absolutely new human being, or a new personality, that has no memories of the previous life, of the previous personality, or an even earlier personality. There are therefore no memories of previous lives, which means that no things can also be transferred to a new one, as is also the case for descendants who cannot inherit any knowledge or, for example, abilities, etc., genetically or then-wise, but effectively only diseases and the like that are already present on the father's or mother's side. However, if we are talking about inheritance, for example, if offspring exhibit the behavior of their parents or one of their parents, then this is inherited during the acute current life by being told, demonstrated, acted out, or exemplified. If impulses are released from the creative energetic consciousness, or its unconscious, then this happens unconsciously for human beings. This is done in such a way that, imperceptibly for the human being, the necessary vibrational impulses are released from the creative energetic consciousness and its unconscious, and are absorbed by the physical consciousness or its ever-awake subconscious, whereby an impulse-like stimulation of the human being's activity takes place, which he does not consciously perceive, but nevertheless unconsciously becomes mentally volitionally active, and thus continues to develop further and further in this respect. With regard to the creation energetic consciousness and unconsciousness, this remains absolutely uninvolved and neutral with regard to all activity concerning the physical consciousness and its subconsciousness outside of the aforementioned creation energetic vibrational impulses, and such impulses that trigger certain evolutionary cues. The absolutely neutral creation energetic consciousness, and thus, of course, also its unconsciousness, only form the energy maintenance to drive and maintain the function of the physical consciousness and subconsciousness. This, of course, in addition to the vibrational impulses emitted to this consciousness and subconsciousness. This is not only the case with human beings, but also with all animals, all creatures, and every other life form that can only live and exist through the life energy of creation. However, with regard to the body, this is only according to the form of energy and strength that are measured by the body itself and according to its constitution, etc. All this, however, is not transferred after death through a rebirth into a human being and body that is reborn again in the same way after death, or changed in terms of creation energy, because in this sense there is absolutely no rebirth, just as such a rebirth is impossible at all. As an example, the following should now be explained with regard to the fact that there is no rebirth, also in the sense that, for example, if a human being has died, he will be born again as the same person sooner or later, and will therefore lead another life and existence. It must be fundamentally explained that the creation energy absolutely only escapizes or withdraws into the creational energy level intended for it for a certain duration, so that the evolutionary creation energy connected with it can continue to develop for the required duration by effectively processing, forming, shaping, I lack a term to name this process differently, all that it has learned in the material body of the previously living person into real knowledge and storing it within itself for all infinity. This process can take a very long time, hundreds or even thousands of years according to earthly time calculations, before the process is finished and everything is processed. Once the end of the processing has been reached, the further developed creation energy becomes capable again of entering the nascent new life form on the 21st day after conception, together with the creation energy that animates a human being or his body, into which both creation energies integrate, and thus into an absolutely new personality. This activates the life force of the new embryo, whereby the fetus unfolds, and the creation life energy consciousness and unconsciousness begins to transmit its vibrational impulses to the physical consciousness/subconsciousness, which already absorbs the mother's sensations and emotions. These, in turn, stimulate the function of the developing brain of the fetus, whereby the primordial beginning of the still unconscious world of thoughts becomes active, which later controls everything decisively after birth, without exception through emotions, through which thoughts are stimulated, which then generate feelings, which in turn trigger emotions, and which again have an effect on the world of thoughts. As a result, thoughts lead to actions being devised and behaviors being applied and carried out in a positive or negative way, depending on how the human being forms his or her personality or character, either from within or through influences from events in the outside world, influences from persons such as parents, relatives, friends, acquaintances, the military or communities, etc., if, after the birth of the new personality, it strives for the positive out of itself with the factor of physical consciousness, and also purposefully provides it with this, then a harmonious, coherent whole is created that determines and creates an absolutely balanced and secure behavioral stem function. As a result, everything is organized, structured, and cooperatively integrated and controlled in all processes of life. This integrates the physical consciousness into the new life and successfully connects all material and creation energetic factors, enabling all elements of the world of thoughts, feelings, emotions, actions and behaviors, etc., to work together absolutely smoothly in a positive, wise way. This results in the holistic formation of the full function of the synapses of the human being's brain, which, by utilizing his consciousness, can necessarily develop into the absolutely valuable ability of positive thinking, correct reasoning, understanding, reasoning, and also logic through the necessary networking and interconnections. All this is based on the fact that the whole life and existence of the entire creation, which is nature, fauna and flora, the universe, the stars, planets and moons, meteors, comets, and the entire cosmos, the universe and all existence in general, is built and exists equally on the principle of becoming and passing away. And just as the vitalizing creation energy and the evolutionary creation life energy together are a part of the gigantic endless reservoir of creation energy itself, so the actual creation energy alone, without any exception, animates every single life form of every genus and species throughout the universe. Thus, with regard to human beings equally woman and man, but also every genus and species of fauna and flora. This, like a further form of creation energy, namely the so-called creation element energy, animates the various forms of matter, graded according to their nature. The 7 main forms of creation energy can be named as follows: flat rate creation energy, creation energy, revitalizing creation energy, evolutive creation life energy, creation element, energy creation, imprinting energy, creation conversion energy. In total, all these forms of creation energy work in the area of the lowest 7-fold form of creation, which is limited in its duration, in its 7-fold universe area, whereby this already initially has a material belt cosmos, from which physical life forms are brought forth according to an evolution-determined development period, which spread cosmos-wide on formations of planets and moons, but are brought onto these by asteroids, space dust, comets, meteors, and life forms traveling through space. The universe of creation, which is 7-fold and also accordingly exists in 7 different dimensions within each other, exists and is organized into 6 pure energy belts, 3 of which enclose the material belt, and 3 of which enclose the cosmos and consist of pure energy. All forms of creation energy are given and effective in exactly the same way in the entire 7-fold realm of creation, so that everything is given equally in every form in all the universes of creation. The effective fact is that everything that happens in this respect in the actual realm of creation energy and creation life energy also occurs in natural life, and the entire plant world is also organized in it, finally according to genus and species. It is the practice of creation that what occurs in the realm of creation energy levels, and with regard to the vitalizing creation energy and evolutionary creation life energy, with regard to the life forms that move in the existence of life itself, namely, that it continues to develop in its life form creation energy in its designated creation energy realm. This happens by working through or processing what has been held and stored in the creation energetic consciousness during the lifetime. This is an evolutionary process, whereby the process takes place in relation to creation energy, while creation energy alone animates the life forms that lead a material life and thus belong to the fauna and are self-perpetuating. However, these do not include the beings of the flora, that is to say, the plant world, which includes everything from the smallest plant to the giant tree. Their vitalizing creation energy is of a different kind with regard to evolution, for this is not evolved in the creation energy realm towards a new life, for it develops in that, for example, the leaves of trees or the blossoms of flowers and herbs, etc. wither, dry up and fall off, while the root system goes into a dormant state for a certain time in order to then green up again, as also to awaken to new life. This is at least the case with those plants that have a perennial lifespan, such as grass and trees, etc. But there are also fruit trees and fruit bushes that shed their ripe fruit or are harvested, which then simply go dormant, only to green up and bloom again to produce new shoots and fruit. The root system of the plants, which builds up and forms new regenerating energy and strength during the non-growing period or after the harvesting period in a following resting phase, so that the plants can blossom again and bear fruit once more, can be understood in comparison to the resting period and also its exact processing of all the stored knowledge of the life energy of creation. Thus, there is an equality between everything material with regard to the development and the truly absolutely new personality that arises through the resting learning pause of the creation life energy, as well as the reawakening plant, such as the simple blade of grass or any other plant. So in this way, exactly the same is given, but only the wise is different. So on the one hand, materially, in pure creation energetic form, for all mobile self-moving life forms, but on the other hand, also for all other life forms that are stationary and cannot move independently. After the death of the body, the creation energetic consciousness immediately reunites with the creation life energy that is absolutely appropriate only for it, and also with the creation energy level in the realm of the effectively countless creation energy levels that are given and exist in the universe space or in the realm of creation, and that are only assigned to the respective entity genera/species. This in order to process all the really countless aspects of knowledge experiences collected in their previous existences in various material personalities in longer or shorter duration, completely meticulously exactly. In this respect, absolutely everything that has arisen in the personality or life of human beings during their existence in consciousness, in the same way as in animals, creatures, or other life forms. In this sense, truth and understanding are processed, learnt and stored by the creation life energy and processed in rest as very valuable knowledge experiences that it has acquired and in the creation energy level. After a longer or shorter period of time, when all knowledge experiences have usually been processed, a creation energy consciousness and thus a new personality is revitalized, which is conceived as a human being by human beings, by men and women. This happens when a sperm cell or sperm of the man fertilizes an egg cell of the woman, whereby such fertilization normally takes place in her fallopian tube, provided that a healthy egg cell is expelled from the ovary, and so-called ovulation occurs in this wise, and the egg cell is actually absorbed by the fallopian tube. A so-called yolk sac first emerges within a few days of conception, after which the embryo emerges after a certain period of time in the woman's womb, which forms quite naturally in the course of the developmental stage and lies within the amniotic sac laterally under the uterine lining. The entire knowledge experience of the previous existence of the creation energetic consciousness gained in life is processed after the death of a human being in a creation energy level intended for this purpose, whereby everything is stored as knowledge in the unconscious of the creation life energy consciousness. This is formed by the purely evolutionary creation energy, which in a material physical body, which fundamentally animates the body of the personality or human being through pure creation energy. Just as animals, creatures and all other life forms are also animated by creation energy, all of which also have a type of consciousness, although this is fundamentally different depending on their type or genus. For example, instinct consciousness or impulse consciousness, feeling consciousness, emotion consciousness or movement consciousness, etc. So everything is processed in a predetermined creation energy level, whereby it is simultaneously stored for all time in the creation life energy and thereby evolves it. This purely creation energy procedure in turn benefits the next subsequent new personality, which may be sexually different from the previous or deceased one, which is revitalized by the same creation energy, just as new knowledge is given by the further evolved creation life energy, which, however, is only brought to bear on the new personality unconsciously and without its conscious knowledge. However, the whole of the new personality, the knowledge of the creation energetic consciousness, which is only subliminally affected, brings progressive and developing success in every respect with regard to evolution. It must now be explained that the creation energetic evolutionary consciousness and its unconscious are really of an absolutely pure creation energetic nature, and that this evolutionary consciousness is only subliminally active for human beings and without their conscious knowledge. This is given to him as a creation energy consciousness that exists stationary in a certain area of the brain, whereby this creation energetic evolutionary consciousness works underground without the human being's knowledge. On the other hand, human beings work independently with their own physical consciousness and its subconscious, although this consciousness is not stationary in a specific location, unlike the creation energetic consciousness. The physical consciousness is formed by the entire brain, through a dynamic cooperation of all concretely important parts of the overall brain, which human beings define as certain parts of the brain, such as the cerebrum, which is also responsible for thinking and speaking. Then there is the cerebellum and also the midbrain, diencephalon and hindbrain, whereby the meninges enclose the entire brain. The creation life energy form, which animates the consciousness of a human being in terms of creation energy, and thus also the corresponding personality that is formed by it, is, however, shaped by the human beings themselves. This takes place through his thoughts, actions, behavior, and actions, etc., in his self-determining value or unworthiness. Consequently, through his self-education and self-forming. This is given to the consciously thinking and acting human being, also with regard to his illusory thinking, if he has fallen prey to a belief, just as, however, only an impulse state or an instinct state, etc., is given as consciousness to all animal and also to the animal and other life forms of all genus and species, to which an impulse action or an instinct action precisely attuned only to the respective genus or species is inherent, whereby this action is to be understood as the respectively experienceable existence of the state of the impulse as well as the instinct, etc. If conception takes place, the path from copulation to fetus comprises several developmental stages, which are the following steps. Shortly after fertilization of the egg cell, or the fusion of the nuclei of the male and female germ cells, the so-called diploid cell or zygote is formed, from which a living being is created, in this case, a human being. The diploid cell continues to develop through cell division, and then moves into the uterus, where it implants and develops into an embryo. This then goes through the sex-neutral embryonic phase, which lasts until around the 7th or 8th week of development, during which time the organs are also still fully formed, Once this organ formation is complete, which is the case from around the 9th or 10th week of pregnancy, the maturing new life becomes the so-called fetus, brood, etc., which is the developing child in the womb. This phase is the time of rapid growth and further development of the organs and the entire body systems, which takes place until around birth and comprehensively and completely develops the whole body and its organs. After this, from around the 38th to the 42nd week of pregnancy, birth takes place as a natural process. When, after the conception of a new human life, the pregnancy reaches the appropriate point at 21 days of development for the creation energy to enter the embryo together with the evolutionary creation energy. The embryo is enlivened, which also marks the beginning of the formation of the internal organs, and thus ends the previous stage, and the embryo continues to grow until fetal development begins, which then ends with hatching or birth. With the entry of the evolutionary life energy of creation into the embryo of the completely foreign and new body, which really has absolutely no relation to the previous body and its personality and life, everything is now new. With the new entry of the vitalizing creation energy and the evolutionary creation energy into the now given new personality, an absolutely new form of a purely and absolutely creation energetic consciousness and unconsciousness also arises in it, which is stationary in the brain area of human and human-like life forms, but not as a brain organ, but as pure creation energy. The consciousness of this kind only works unconsciously for human beings throughout their lives, and therefore cannot be consciously perceived by them. Furthermore, its importance in its function is given according to the state and ability, as well as the use of the physical consciousness and the subconscious of the human organ brain, which, although highly efficient, can be used and have an extremely muted, conscious, subconscious, confusing, even pathological, etc. effect. The internal organs and external body structures are formed in the body itself. This natural process initially forms halfway before all time, before the actual life and thus the creation energy, together with the creation energy of life, moves into the embryo, which occurs on the 21st day after conception or fertilization of an egg. When the revitalizing creation energy and evolutionary creation life energy enters the embryo on the 21st day after conception, a strong energy impulse occurs that immediately leads to independent life, which also awakens the new creation energetic consciousness and its unconscious. After this, the actual life in the womb begins, whereby the embryo grows, becomes larger, and then begins the so-called embryonic stage, which lasts around 8 weeks, during which the embryo develops into a fetus, which takes place around 9 weeks after fertilization. Then, usually after 9 weeks after fertilization, the fetus begins to develop into a baby. After this process, the baby continues to grow in the womb and becomes a growing baby human being, who is supplied with creation energy throughout its development up to and after birth and throughout its entire life until it dies. That is to say, until the time of its death, and thus before the decay of the material body.
Creation energy activates the consciousness as creation energy animates the body and all organs, etc. And also the subconscious, as well as the personality of the human being. Also the physical consciousness and its subconscious. The human being's free choice of all his destinies and freedom, as well as that of all fauna and flora, and that of all waters. Simyase Silver Star Center, Saturday the 17th of May 2025, Billy, Eduard Albert Meyer.
Creation energy is a purely creational energy of immense power, through which human beings are animated, as is every other life form, from the smallest microbe to the mightiest animal and tree, and consequently all fauna and flora and all waters. Creation energy, which in a direct wise has nothing to do with the personality and consciousness of human beings or other life forms, corresponds to a pure energy and power of creational existence, which comes directly from the creation universal consciousness, and is therefore also connected to all life with all its energy and power. The creation universal consciousness is the data storage factor that radiates all information for the life and work of everything that exists in the realm of creation in an unfiltered, vibrationally effective way, and thus controls it in a form of constant change and becoming. Creation's universal consciousness is therefore the all-forming and strong foundation through which all behavior and all becoming and passing away, as well as the return of all nature, and consequently all that exists, is brought about. However, rebirth does not occur through a so-called rebirth, when something dies and thus inevitably falls prey to death, but rather rebirth results from the becoming of something completely new. This is to be understood in relation to self-propelling life forms, such as human beings, animals, creatures, etc., creatures of the flora. On the other hand, that is to say plants such as moss, grass, shrubs and trees, etc., which are very long-lived and of a different nature, go into a state of rest, hibernation, after a certain period of active life, usually from autumn to spring, in order to awaken again and become active and live on with new energy when this is over. What now needs to be explained? The creation energetic consciousness and unconsciousness becomes existent through the evolutionary creation energy, which as a positive evolutionary energy creates knowledge, ability and understanding, etc. in human beings, while it forms a unit together with the negative creation energy that brings about life. The creation energy consciousness and unconsciousness in human beings, which also forms the personality via the physical consciousness, therefore only has something to do with creation energy in an indirect wise, because the latter is only responsible for vitalizing the body. This, while the evolutionary creation life energy is given as the effective factor energy and power for true evolution or further development, and thus for learning. The creation life energy does not manifest itself in a tangible or visible form, but is given as a subterranean type of energy effect that cannot be detected or perceived by human beings in any wise, in the form of an impulse to the physical consciousness. The physical consciousness absorbs the impulses and thereby begins to work and create knowledge and understanding, etc., which is absorbed and stored by the creation energetic consciousness or by the creation life energy, in order to then, after the death of the human being, process and integrate all stored evolutionary knowledge impulses in the creation energy area intended for it. Once this long process has been completed, the creation life energy is once again fully capable of entering the new personality of a human being on the 21st day after conception, in order to act as a purely creation energetic consciousness and evolutionary factor, and to activate the physical consciousness/subconsciousness in terms of impulses and to stimulate it to function and ongoing development or evolution, just as all impulsive information is released completely unconsciously for the human being. It is therefore not the negative creation energy that animates the body, but the evolutionary creation life energy that enables human beings to develop further through learning and to acquire knowledge, understanding, reason and wisdom, and thereby also to become true human beings in complete peacefulness. It is only through the creation life energy that the creation energetic consciousness and unconsciousness to be formed by it arises, which activates the stimulation of the physical consciousness and subconsciousness of the human being's brain. This results in what is called development or evolution. This is because the material factors arise directly in human beings or in their brain matter itself, and the various factors of the brain, the cerebrum, cerebellum, midbrain, diencephalon, brainstem, and cranial nerves form the physical consciousness/subconscious. However, the whole material or physical consciousness, which is brain organic, can only be activated by the creation life energy via the creation energetic consciousness. And it should be explained again in this regard. The creation life energy itself creates the personality and the creation energetic consciousness as well as its unconscious, but not the material or physical consciousness/subconsciousness of the brain. But this arises in the head of the new human being, that is to say, specifically in his brain. However, these forms, that is to say, the arranged factors of physical consciousness and personality, are only brought to life or activated by the creation energetic consciousness, which also only brings the whole to effective activity and function through the creation life energy that is fundamentally connected to it. For this reason, creation energy and creation life energy are referred to as belonging together with the personality and consciousness, because without them the whole would remain in activation of the creation energies without a driving force. This is the effective reason why it is often said that the life energy enters the human being as personality and consciousness at the same time on the 21st day after conception. Creation energy and creation life energy therefore always form an absolute unity together, because only together do they, with their energy and power, provide the factor that life can become at all and also exist in an evolutionary way. This has not yet been explained with regard to the creation energy teaching, because in the creation energy teaching, it was first necessary for the learning human being to become clear and aware that in any case, only through the clear and powerful creation energy can all life come into existence at all, and not only in the case of earth humans, human beings and human beings of a different kind, etc., but also in the case of all life forms of fauna and flora, land, air, and water. To put it more precisely and explain it more precisely, on the one hand, there is only the pure creation energy that animates everything, therefore also human beings. But on the other hand, the physical consciousness that forms in the brain of a human being is activated and thereby brought to effective function. It is therefore to be understood precisely and correctly that there are basically two forms of creation energy at work in human beings, namely the first, the absolutely pure creation energy, the vitalization energy, which animates human beings or their bodies and all their organs, just as it also animates all existence throughout the universe, from the smallest to the largest. However, this then includes the absolutely important second form, namely the evolutionary creation energy, which, together with the pure vitalizing creation energy on the 21st day after conception, enlivens and activates the evolution of a new human being and thereby gives him the creation energetic consciousness and the personality to function. Through their entry, the factor of the formation of a material or physical consciousness also takes place, which is formed by the entirety of the brain and is only activated by the impulse energy of the creation energetic consciousness. The human being's evolutionary factor is therefore solely and absolutely only the creation energy of life, but together with it, the pure creation energy is the multiplier. And this is the actual energy that drives and maintains life and the function of the body and its organs. This, therefore, and this should be repeated and explained, while the evolutionary life energy of creation within itself is the factor that forms the creation energetic consciousness, which activates the physical consciousness with energy and power, and, correspondingly, the personality, which the human being shapes and forms at his own discretion in his thoughts, actions, and behavior. The same applies to animals, creatures and all forms of other life forms in general, namely, that they are animated together with pure creation energy and activate their physical consciousness through creation energy, which, however, is not conscious and independent as in human beings, but only corresponds to impulse life, instinct life, or feeling life, etc. If we now go on to speak of the human being, which is what we are talking about, and thus of the absolutely new personality, which is born and animated by creation energy, just as the human being thereby also becomes capable of evolution through creation life energy, through which, together many of the earlier personalities had already been animated, and whose evolutionary consciousness and personality were able to evolve. The newborn human being is nevertheless completely neutral and unencumbered by any memory or other things of the earlier personalities and their physical consciousness. The previous lived personalities, who were always and absolutely without exception animated by the same creation energy and in every wise, evolutionarily controlled by the same creation life energy, and now also evolutionarily activate the newborn human being or his absolutely new personality and their creation energy consciousness through their energy and power, do not, however, exert any known memories on the human being in question regarding the previous lives of those previous human beings or their personality and consciousness. The absolutely new human being is therefore in no way a rebirth of a previous lived personality, because no human being is reborn, but every personality is absolutely revitalized by the previous and everlasting and constant, as well as newly processed creation energy, and also by the previous evolutionary and further developed creation life energy, which after death processes in the special creation energy level all the previous knowledge of the personality that has been acquired and stored in its entirety. However, all this is not equivalent to a rebirth of the same personality, because as a result of the revitalization of an absolutely new personality by the creation energy and the creation life energy, which is solely and completely oriented towards evolution and learning, there is no longer any relevance to the old or previous personality. This is because its material or physical consciousness, which holistically encompasses all parts of the brain, is extinguished or dissolved. Consequently, it can no longer be reborn as such as material consciousness or as physical consciousness, because as such it has passed away and extinguished through the death of the body, or has completely dissolved in its nature as material, and has become a tiny material component of the earth. As a result, a new birth of a new creation energetic consciousness will take place or manifest itself in the material body of an absolutely new personality, which in turn activates the physical consciousness/subconsciousness in the material brain, which then, in addition to the creation energetic consciousness, will again perform the function of a material consciousness and material subconsciousness, and consequently, again the function of the thought world of human beings. So again, as with the pure creation energy that animates the human body, the creation life energy that has become capable of further evolution moves into a new personality after the state of rest and processing, and activates its emerging physical consciousness at the same moment that the pure creation energy also moves in and thereby animates the new human body and its organs. This new body in turn dies after a certain period of life through death, whereby the creation energy, as well as the creation life energy, passes into the so-called dead realm or afterlife realm, which in reality, however, is the pool of the total creation energy level of processing. That is to say, the realm in which the creation energy rests. But the evolutionary creation life energy remains in its knowledge evolution processing area until it has completed its evolutionary processing and the entire storage process of the knowledge consciously acquired by human beings, namely, all the knowledge stored in the creation energetic consciousness. After this, the energies, that is to say creation energy and creation life energy, change back into the fetus of a newly conceived human being after a certain period of time, namely on the 21st day after conception, in order to enter the fetus, to animate it, and to stimulate its physical consciousness and the new personality for evolution, whereby the new human being already lives and becomes active in the womb in order to be born, as a rule, after approximately 266 days or 38 to 42 weeks after conception. When the human being dies, the same development with the creation energy and the creation life energy takes place again after death, over many millions of years, during which the creation life energy form develops or evolves ever higher, in order to then enter into the creation life energy form. Creation energy then enters the level Arahat Afasota in order to deposit itself further evolving in this level for some time, whereby the creation life energy processes the accumulated knowledge of the previous lives, in order to then continue to evolve as pure creation energy for all time in this form, in order to one day enter the sign absolutum for the endless duration. After a long time, years, hundreds or thousands and millions of years depending on the case, the two forms of creation energy are therefore always present in a new human being, or in his body and personality. The evolutionary creation energy forms the creation energetic consciousness and activates the physical consciousness, which functions in its entirety as a brain, without any recollection of a previous life or personality of a human being who has been enlivened by the pure creation energy and has evolved through the creation energy. And this happens in each case without any predestination, because with regard to the personality and its physical consciousness, there is effectively no connection whatsoever to the previous life and its personality and its consciousness, and therefore there is no such thing. If a so-called destiny exists and the human being follows it in his acute life, such as pursuing a certain ability, pursuing certain interests, devoting himself to a certain teaching, carrying out a certain activity or representing a certain way of thinking, etc., then this is never based on a predetermination of a previous or last life of the lived personality, but on the fact that the human being determines everything himself during his current life through his very own efforts, consciously or unconsciously, what he wants to be or become, and what he wants to create, or how he wants to live. So there is no predestination from a previous life, but only those that human beings conceive and create during their current life, and then endeavor to really fulfill them or to exercise the predetermined. The human being has always imagined and spread false doctrines, usually pumped full of religious beliefs and similar fantasies, mainly regarding alleged rebirth, conspiracy theories, religious misconceptions, ghost stories and esoteric fables, etc., and is further indoctrinated, influenced and lied to during his life. In this way, he has accumulated so much delusion within himself that he has become a slave of faith to the all-encompassing deceptions, misleadings, and many lies. It is therefore absolutely necessary for human beings that what has been explained so far is also really understood, so that it is repeated again in other words and explained again in a different way, as follows. With the totality of all the evolutionized knowledge that has been stored over millions of years through countless lives in human beings, or in their creation energetic consciousness of the creation life energy, this is the non plus ultra of the whole of what actually represents the human being in terms of knowledge. However, human beings are generally not aware of this because they have no memory of which human beings or human personalities were enlivened and activated with their physical consciousness and blocks of consciousness, which were previously learned through the pure evolutionary creation life energy. This energy, which is purely evolutionary, functions constantly and promotes knowledge that is stored and dynamically absorbed, without any memory associated with it, which would be reapplied in the next new personality. An example of this is an electronic device that has no memory whatsoever, but can only reproduce what has been programmed into it and thus stored, but which is dormant and only releases its storage when it is called up. And since the human being only stores the knowledge of everything he has learnt in life in his material or physical consciousness/subconscious, everything expires immediately when he is overtaken by death and therefore dies, which means that there is also nothing left that could be retrieved. With death, the function of the brain, which in its totality of the various factors, cerebrum, cerebellum, midbrain, and diencephalon, forms the physical consciousness/subconscious, expires, and ends. The cerebrum at the back of the head is responsible for coordination and balance, while the brainstem of the cerebrum connects the whole with the spinal cord and automatically controls all the functions of the body, most importantly breathing, heartbeat, and blood pressure, but also digestion. What is now stored in thousands of lives in human bodies by the creation life energy or through its creation energetic consciousness as evolutionary knowledge from the material or physical consciousness of human beings is not known or detectable in human beings in a conscious, but only in an unconscious way. All these stored values, which can absolutely only be of a positive nature, because negative unvalues are not stored in any wise by the creation energetic consciousness/unconscious, and are completely managed for all time by the creation life energy. And, as explained, these values can never be consciously perceived by human beings, but they are only able to absorb this knowledge in an absolutely unconscious wise through their physical consciousness/subconscious impulsively when some kind of information is released by the creation energetic consciousness. However, this is only done in such a way that it triggers thought processes that stimulate evolution. Fictitious thinking through faith is completely excluded. Consequently, nothing can be formed and shaped from it, which would also not be evolutionarily suitable to advance human beings further in terms of development. In the case, however, once again all seen in terms of apparatus, if the human being were now capable, despite his illusory thinking, he could be unconsciously orientated with regard to the storage in the conceived apparatus, to now know the key of use and to use its value in order to use the whole for something specific evolutionary. But this is and remains only a fantasy thesis. Unfortunately, human beings cannot consciously core unconscious knowledge because, on the one hand, they are not capable of doing so, and, on the other hand, because this is absolutely impossible for them because, in their gross materiality, they are never able to penetrate the realm of the life energy of creation and thus also not into its creative energetic consciousness/unconsciousness. He can only do this in the part of his unconscious of his material or physical consciousness that is formed in the brain of the human being with the help of the creation life energy consciousness, which then also serves him as a memory store that he is able to use according to his ability and according to his own ability of his limited memory, competence, or his ability to remember. The human being, as a material living being, will always be denied a way or an opportunity to consciously move into the realm of the vastness of the life energy of creation in order to sift through it and thus consciously filter out something stored in it. All the erroneous claims of any saints or other religious believers, mental and meditative greats, clairvoyants, necromancers, and other deceivers who are supposedly able to do this correspond to nothing other than the passion of lies and deception, or self-deception and delusion. And all of them are under a delusion or consciously committed to deliberate deception, which means that such statements should not or cannot be taken seriously, nor are they otherwise worth considering. However, there is the rarity of the possibility that a life only expires for a short time, or that a human being's personality and body expire, and therefore his creation life energy only lingers in the creation energy realm for an extremely short time before it revives an absolutely new personality in a new body, which is partial, really absolutely only partial memories of the former personality to the slightest extent. But why and how this happens, which is effectively absolutely more than extremely rare, is beyond my knowledge, so I am unable to explain it. The fact is, however, that this corresponds to an absolute rarity and is therefore inexplicable to me. It is normal that human beings cannot even minimally remember any of their previous lives in any personality and their registrations of the creation energetic consciousness. Therefore, absolutely no human being can ever become aware of the life of or a previous personality, or be able to remember such a life in any wise. This is neither what a personality has currently experienced through creation energy, nor what has been learnt through evolutionary creation life energy. The evolutionary creation life energy, which always activates the physical consciousness of the personality in an evolutionary way, and thus also allows it to exist, has all the acquired knowledge of all the lived personalities in its own creation, energetic consciousness/unconsciousness, right up to the very first personality emergence and first function of the creation life energetic consciousness. However, this creation energetic consciousness, and this should be clearly explained once again, is not the same as the material physical consciousness of the human being, which also contains a subconscious and therefore also a memory store. The human being only receives subconsciously and absolutely only purely impulsively and unconsciously, completely evolutionarily processed and stored information from the subconscious of the creation life energy consciousness. This is in contrast to the knowledge regarding the material physical consciousness of human beings, which is created by thoughts and impulses, etc. in the brain and generally functions in a conscious manner, and also emits stored information again in a conscious manner. This is therefore exactly the opposite of the creation life energy consciousness, for the latter never releases a memory of knowledge in such a wise that the human being would somehow become completely clearly and comprehensibly aware of it. Only through the creation life energy unconscious, something is released impulse-wise, but absolutely and really only subconsciously impulse-wise, which is stored from the processing results of the knowledge of earlier lived personalities, which the human being, when he becomes clearly aware of the unconscious impulses mind-wise, is then able to use for further evolution or for new insights and for the creation of knowledge. The human being therefore develops into something very specific in life or becomes interested in something because he is not programmed prenatally by his prefrontal cortex and therefore does not have to act according to such specifications in life. It is therefore also not possible for him to act according to such specifications. However, through two specific factors, it is possible for him to create very clear and valuable predeterminations in the current life, which he can gradually fulfill. 1. The human being can orientate himself according to the impulses coming to him unconsciously in his physical consciousness from his creation energy consciousness. If he perceives these effectively unconsciously and interprets them intellectually and unconsciously correctly, which, however, as I said, only have an energetic effect on him throughout, which he never consciously perceives. Therefore, it is once again said that everything happens out of the conscious creation life energy, but without the human being being able to perceive this consciously. Consequently, he develops an interest in a very specific thing and turns more and more to it, whereby he practically determines everything for himself in the current life and prescribes himself to it. However, this purpose, which he takes up from the creation energetic consciousness of his creation life energy as a result of the impulses he is completely unconscious of and makes it part of his life's content, does not originate from a previous life and therefore not from a previous personality, but he develops this purpose himself in the current life. This takes the form, for example, that he determines to take up a teaching that was already taken up and pursued by a previous personality through the evolutionary creation life energy, perhaps 6 or 7 life phases earlier, but which is now taken up by the completely new personality and its consciousness through the energy impulses arising unknowingly and completely imperceptibly from the realm of creation life energy, because it is simply time for a further development in terms of consciousness to take place. In this wise, the human being creates a destiny for himself for something that he will do and fulfill, but never in the form of a destiny of a rebirth of a previous thing or personality. The human being basically creates for himself in the course of his life everything that he currently creates. For himself, not something that he calls a destiny from a previous life, and erroneously assumes that he is continuing what he did in his last life. There is truly no such thing, because what he might do with his completely new personality, and also with his absolutely new physical consciousness, which is only activated by the creation life energy consciousness, is completely determined by himself. So let it be explained again that this is only done by the evolutionary creation life energy. The actively living human being determines everything himself by consciously endeavoring, thinking, planning, acting, and constantly learning in order to always turn to what all his corresponding interests are in the current life and correspond only to his own self-determination in this respect. And it should be explained again in this regard that there is no destiny from a previous life, but that every interest and every destiny of a human being is created in his current life, and then brought to bear and currently modified and carried out. Every human being can create a destiny simply by letting himself drift through the possibilities of life and consciously or unconsciously acquiring this or that ability and thereby creating a destiny or fantasies for himself by virtue of his physical consciousness, which he tackles and fulfills through his efforts or exercises or temporarily carries out throughout his existence. The creation life energy consciousness is, in contrast to the personality of human beings and their physical consciousness, absolutely immortal through its own energy and power, and is assigned to the eternal continuation of existence until a fusion with the highest absolutum, the sea-iron absolutum, takes place in the most distant time in the infinite duration. Creation itself has the task, which is in itself the manifold nature of all that exists, of harboring all, life that is equipped with an evolutive physical consciousness for so long that it can sustain and develop itself alive within it, or is able to master the path of evolution. This is in order to ultimately merge with the absolute being, the immeasurable and primordial pool of total creation energy in its endless duration. The workings of creation and its activities, energies, and their power cannot be measured by human beings and their apparatus, just as this is also not possible with regard to their personality and the energy and power of material or physical consciousness, which cannot be measured technically or electronically. The honor of creation energy, with its immeasurable evolutionary power of creation, is also not measurable, nor is the enlivening pure creation energy by which human beings are animated, as are all other life forms, regardless of genus and species, which are also subject to the change of life and death. This is the opposite of creation, which is not the case with creation itself. However, because although its existence is not endless and is constantly renewed over a long duration, it is nevertheless transient, namely when the long duration of its evolutionary existence and highest transformation has ended, and it also returns as an energetic component to the level of the absolute absolutum and merges with it again. Creation energy is the absolute vitalizing energy and power of all living things, while the evolutionary creation life energy creates the creation energetic consciousness that stimulates the personality of human beings and their physical consciousness through activity. So pure creation energy is absolute only in the form that it brings everything to life. Consequently, only the evolutionary creation energy creates the knowledge that human beings create through their physical consciousness, which, however, can only live absolutely and comprehensively through the energy and power of creation energy, but can only be evolutionary through creation energy. The evolutionary knowledge of the physical consciousness is transferred to this for storage, which absorbs everything into itself and thereby also evolves when everything is worked up and processed in the beyond, whereby the creation life energy becomes more and more energetic and powerful, whereby sometimes some things are also transferred completely unconsciously for the human being to the unconscious of the material or physical consciousness of the human being, and he thereby develops and thus evolves mentally. This is why it is also said that the energy and power of the physical consciousness is capable of transferring its absolutely only positive knowledge into the creation energetic consciousness, whereby this knowledge does not dissolve and never disappears, because it is stored and thus remains preserved. The creation life energy continuously collects impulse like positive knowledge from the physical consciousness/subconsciousness of the human being and stores it cumulatively for later evolutionary wisdom, impulse-impregnated energy and power when it processes everything stored into effective permanent creation energy knowledge in its creation energy level available for this purpose. Everything actually happens in such a wise way that the physical consciousness only receives the stimulating impulses from its energy and power, which are its own for all time. However, this is not given to human beings and therefore not to their physical consciousness, which is only activated by the creation energy consciousness and sporadically receives information purely by impulse without the human being becoming aware of it. The creation energetic consciousness therefore has nothing to do with thoughts or with the human being's thinking, because this works or evolves through the absorbed knowledge from the material or physical consciousness in a form of a dynamic transformation into its own strong creational energy and power. The life energy of creation has an energizing effect within itself, which also means that it can impulsively absorb knowledge from the physical consciousness with its own energy and expand it within itself, thereby increasing its energy level and its power. So much for the necessary explanations to be given regarding creation energy and creation life energy, and also regarding creation energetic consciousness and physical consciousness. Now, with regard to the term spirit, or its original term geist, which originally absolutely does not go back to the universal founder Nocedemion, the following should be explained again in a brief wise manner, namely that this is completely wrong and does not say what it really should say. Basically, creation energy is absolutely the only thing that animates all life forms. Further, the evolutionary creation life energy is what the form of the creation energy consciousness and its unconscious consists of, which is responsible for activating the physical consciousness that is formed as a whole area of the brain of human beings. This is comprehensively given the evolutionary creation life energy so that the physical consciousness unconscious is active and remains active throughout life. In addition, it must be precisely understood that the pure creation energy is still given, which also vitalizes the material body and all its organs with energy and power, so that it is able to live and exist at all, as is recorded in the ancient memories of Nocademion, in which the meaning awakening can also be found. This has nothing to do with it, because if, for example, on Earth there is erroneous talk of creational geist energy or geist, then this means nothing at all, because there is no such thing, but there is creational awakening energy. From this, it can be understood that creation is not creation energy, just as it can also not be called creation universe geist energy, but correctly revitalizing creation energy is one form. Then the evolutionary creation life energy as the second form, which belong inseparably together as negative and positive, and which come into being together on the 21st day after the conception of a new human being. They enter the embryo on the 21st day after the conception of a new human being and animate it through the creation energy and make it capable of development in terms of knowledge through the evolutionary creation life energy. Creation is now, as it were, the sevenfold universe existence, and thus the total energy and power of all that exists, and thus again the factor of awakening or creating, namely through the energy, power, swinging waves and impulses of its own energy, which is important for all life forms in the forms of vitalizing creation energy and evolutionary creation life energy. So the false terms geist and geist energy can never be understood in this sense, because only traditional terms such as pure creation energy and creation life energy are absolute and correct. These are also the records that lead back to the herald Nocademion, who lived some 9 billion years ago and fathomed and taught the truth of his teaching when he came from the plane Arahat Athasota, naturalized it among the Plejaren and their federation, and whose observance created peace, whereby his teaching of truth, teaching of creation energy, teaching of life has been preserved to this day and is taught federation-wide. But where the word spirit actually comes from, this was done, contrary to all scientific lying assumptions and assertions, in modification of the original term geist, which in truth leads back to an earthly language in which it is maliciously lied that the creation energy and the creation life energy is divine spirit or geist, and originates from the language of Nocademion. This ancient term geist has therefore not existed and survived for millions of years, and has not been brought from the vastness of the Ankar universe, but was created in ancient times in an earthly language, adopted from it, and later changed several times, and falsified into the term spirit. The real and true background of the origin of the word spirit and its origin is therefore truthfully the original term geist, which according to today's understanding of the word in German has the meaning and definition of thinking consciousness of human beings, mind and subjective inwardness. And it also means the same in other earthly languages. Geist therefore has the earthly linguistic root geist, which has already been explained above. The term spirit, which was conceived and created on earth from the original term geist, has become a central theme of metaphysics, which is supposed to harbor the value of a supernature, but for inexplicable historical reasons is also used inconsistently as an unclear term in theology, psychology, and philosophy, as well as in everyday language, especially by believers in religion. At the time when all Indo-European languages were being newly created, the word spirit was not yet known, and the Tocharian or various branches of the Indo-European languages were dying out. The result was the so-called modern Celto-Tocharian, which was developed as Indo-European or Indo-European according to the most Western and Eastern models and as known languages. The term Geist was adopted and changed to Geist, and also given a further meaning that referred to a Heisen or a Benenung, which resulted in the term becoming an interrogative word such as Wie nennst du dich? Or Why heißt du? In German. This has persisted in Swiss German in particular, where it is used for Wie nennst du dich? Or Why gehst du? Or Wie geht es dir? The other term, however, was Guis, which was used as a loud cry of fear, shock, emotion, or horror, as it still has the same meaning in Swiss German today. The ancient term Geist was then given a further meaning, namely by being transformed into spirit, which was used to name and describe the unknown, for example the violence of nature, all natural phenomena, the aurora borealis, etc. The West Germanic word Goisto for supernatural being was also created from it, which was consequently also used, for example, for ghost and everything else that was still inexplicable to human beings at the time. So it was not far off that the term spirit, modified from the original term Geist, was ultimately labeled by the human beings of the time as the inexplicable might of the gods, and the might itself as spirit, and the gods themselves as spirit beings. When Christianity later emerged north of the Alps, the meaning of the term spirit was again changed and reinterpreted, because the word spirit had survived until then and was handed down. This took up the term elsewhere, and it was used for its intended purpose to create the Holy Spirit, Spirit of God and the like, which ultimately resulted in the nonsense that human beings also had spirit and spiritual power within them, which made them capable of good and evil. This also gave rise to the Latin Spiritus Sanctus or Holy Spirit, which has survived to the present day. With regard to the proper noun spiritual, something else needs to be said, the actual origin of which is quite strange, especially in Christianity, where the relationship to the spiritual is really more than just strange. It took a very long time for it to become generally accepted and recognized. For example, it met with tremendous resistance in the 14th and 17th centuries, after which it was only in the 18th century that this concept was able to assert itself so gradually. If we look at the idealism of the German-speaking world with regard to spirit, then a fairy tale is recognizable in this respect, because the concept of spirit is based on supra-individual structures that are based on metaphysical imaginations. The whole thing is based on a first philosophy, ontology, which is concerned with being as being, with generally specialized metaphysics, the objects of the world and cosmology, psychology, and God or theology. To generate correct thoughts on this would be appropriate, but the completely wrong interpretation claims and constructs an ideology under the title spirit, whereby the ideology of the thinking consciousness of human beings is supposed to be the spirit. As a result of the inability of human beings, which also existed at the time of Emmanuel, wrongly called Jesus Christ, to understand many different terms, such as personality, consciousness, and various other words, modern human beings invented and used the widespread, completely false term spirit, which has survived to this day and creates a tremendous misunderstanding and confusion. This is because the correct term spirit is distorted and not correct. Human beings must realize that the term spirit therefore does not correspond to correctness and does not express what really is, but as a result of being misled and misunderstood, human beings will not be so quick to use the two correct terms enlivening creation energy and evolutionary creation life energy, and will continue to use the incorrect term spirit for a long time to come. A term that makes people dependent, especially with regard to religious belief, whereby independent thinking is stifled and a false way of thinking is created. In plain language, this means that only one process takes place in the brain, which blocks the mind and all reason with regard to positive behavior in terms of self-responsibility towards the protection of all life. As a result, the illusory thinking has the effect that, absolutely unconsciously and completely selfishly, only the protection and security of personal life has a permanent effect on the character, while the protection of all other life, human beings, animals, creatures, and all life forms of fauna and flora, is completely disregarded. This entails that the generally unconscious and degenerate moral behavior of human beings, such as quarreling, violence, murder and manslaughter, destruction, terror, torture, hurting, hunting, hatred, lust for power, lust for domination, revenge and retaliation, etc., which is unconsciously stored in the character, then breaks out and breaks through, becomes active and manifests itself instinctively when, for whatever reason, the unpleasant constellation arises. All of this is effectively conditioned by character, because the human being has acquired everything through self-education, but is only superficially aware of it, but not fully aware of it. For example, when something that affects him or her happens, or when something is done by other human beings that is judged to be mean or simply not correct, but which, if it affected his or her own personality, would be done personally, because the same thing is stored and lurking in his or her own character. The best example is hatred, revenge, and retaliation, as well as especially announcing war, as many men and women come forward in delusion to murder and kill and thereby defend the homeland. The same also results from the fact that the people are ordered to war, murder and destroy by the rulers by force and therefore compulsorily or so. And those who obey the orders then do what is in their character. When the first enemy confronts them, openly or covertly, they kill him, which is the beginning and the start, and the murdering and killing continues and becomes a joy and a hobby. Well, the whole of the consequences of the ingrained false thinking of human beings will continue to bring many misunderstandings, death, misery, discord, hatred, revenge, murder, and manslaughter, and destruction, etc. for a long time to come, which will only be eradicated very slowly and gradually over many centuries. So nothing remains but to explain the values of the teaching of the heralds, or the teaching of truth, teaching of creation energy, teaching of life, as it is really called, as well as the meaning and unworthiness of the religiously conditioned prayers with the term spirit, as it has been used so far, and will continue to be used by the insanity and delusion of the earthlings. Therefore, the following should be said in this regard. Prayers, it should be explicitly stated here, are not and never addressed in their value to a god, saint or angel, etc., but in their entirety solely, and always to the praying human being in question himself, who utters them only in thought, silently or aloud. Given prayers, whereby of course one's own prayers can of course be composed, thought and spoken, are always only to be applied and directed in such a wise that they are unconsciously intended to be effective for one's own personality, but never to an imaginary god, savior or saint, etc., who never exist one way or another, but are in any case and certainly nothing other than imaginary figures who can neither hear or think, act, nor bring or give any help. It is also absolutely possible that such prayers can have a calming, swinging wave effect on fellow human beings who are praying, or on those who, for whatever reason, are unable to perform such a prayer themselves, so that such a prayer is recited to them. The term spirit was used and understood by human beings in the old and thus past centuries, and is still understood today as that which happens and is done through consciousness, namely that thoughts were cultivated, actions and ideas conceived and carried out, inventions made, poems rhymed and written works conceived and created and still are today, etc. So everything with the word spirit resulted, and results in such a way that what should and should be understood correctly was misunderstood, and is still misunderstood today. This is because it promoted the delusional belief in God and very quickly spread it worldwide, and today acts and is cultivated in every form like a non plus ultra in every religious heresy. And so, unfortunately, this is still the case today with the ignorant, religiously believing human beings of Earth, as a result of which the term spirit is still understood in the old false sense as that which is misunderstood and falsely realized through consciousness in every respect and wise. Every religion and sect uses lies and deception to conceal the fact that the alleged spirit is in truth pure evolutionary creation life energy, through which the creation energetic consciousness is formed, and this activates the material or physical consciousness of human beings, and from which all positive knowledge and learning is then passed on to the creation energetic consciousness and stored by it. However, religions and sects of every façon conceal this, but this is because they are unaware of the fact that the human being's body, like the bodies of all species and types of life forms, is animated by vitalizing creation energy, as also that the evolutionary creation life energy alone is capable of being developmentally active at all, that the human being can learn through his physical consciousness. In fact, as I said, the truth is that never and not a traditional God or spirit or divine spirit animates the consciousness of human beings, and was the decisive factor for everything as a whole, such as for thoughts, ideas, inventions, actions, and ways of life, etc., but only an effectively creation energy and creation life energy alone, because only these two energies alone are geared towards the physical consciousness of human beings being able to be active and capable of thought. The fact that in ancient times, instead of the terms creation energy and creation life energy and the false and religiously invented term spirit was used for the physical consciousness and its activity energy, and is still used incorrectly today, this did not and does not in and of itself represent an obstacle, because the so-called creational spirit, that is to say the human being, did not and does not address the very false explanation, creational spirit form, also not today, when the alleged spirit, and thus something non-existent, is worshipped by believers in the delusion of God. Basically, this does not matter whether it is in a simple self-communicative form, or whether it is prayed silently in, expressive devotion with or without humility and fanaticism, and pronounced in an earth-human sense. The word spirit has no meaning whatsoever. Only the religious delusional belief in an imaginary dear God has a meaning for human beings that is false to reality and therefore not truthful, which he delusionally imagines because he has fallen prey to illusory thinking. What is basically the physical consciousness, which can actively conceive and do what the human being hopes for, but which he begs for through his religiously insane actions with regard to the belief in an alleged spirit, and from an imaginary God, he fulfills himself with his own work. The human being effectively creates everything himself and sets himself a guideline through which he achieves and fulfills something specific, which he begs from his imaginary God through his erroneous and confused belief, whereby, Quezal, everything he hopes for from this non-existent God, who neither ever existed, nor exists now, nor will ever exist, leads back to his own and independent efforts and work when it comes to fulfillment. In truth, it is always that which is done or will be done by human beings themselves, because they themselves do the correct thing and arrange everything themselves, which, however, only they themselves are inevitably capable of, in every case and absolutely without exception, but never a heavenly spirit or other spirit, just as not a god that is always imaginary either way. It is truthfully always the human being himself who always accomplishes everything solely through creation energy, and who activates his ideas in his physical consciousness through the power of creation energy, thereby providing him with the possibility of his own activity. This is so that he does not erroneously and even stupidly beg something from a non-existent spirit or god that can never ever become capable of existing or ever be able to exist. The whole thing only works in this wise because something is completely misunderstood and a delusional belief is cultivated under the false concepts of spirit and God, something that consciousness should actually understand in principle if it were thought about thoroughly and consciously in accordance with reality and its truth. But this is precisely what the earthling does not do, for the majority of human beings believe in religion and generally only cultivate a pseudo-belief. For in the principle of his thinking, the human being of Earth is unaware and unconscious of all this, because he is enslaved to religion and faith and not interested in the truth. As a result, he is also conscienceless, indifferent, and irresponsible. However, as a result of the evil misunderstanding, it is also the case, without the human being realizing or knowing it, that by addressing the imaginary spirit and the imaginary God, his consciousness is automatically addressed in an erroneous and confused way and led astray. This forms a direct, confused, and energetically harmful connection between the concept of spirit and his physical consciousness, which in truth could originally only become through the life energy of creation, but is misused by human beings through their delusional belief and turned into a block of misdirection and misguided thinking. The entirety of all creation energies corresponds to a subtle electromagnetic energy that keeps the human physical consciousness functioning in a faith-based and therefore false-wise way. The seat of the creational human creation energy is located in the roof of the midbrain, in the paired node, the so-called superior colliculus, whereby the creation energy is the factor of vitalization of the entire body, just as the activation of the personality block and the consciousness is given by the creation energy. The pure creation energy is filigree in and over the entire body, and thus also over and in every organ. As such a factor, creation energy does not exert any idea or thought processes, etc., but is only vitalizing. Bliss, while on the other hand, the pure creation life energy evolutionarily actively carries the impulses of the function of thinking, ideas and conceptions, etc., which become and are reserved solely for the subconsciousness of the material consciousness. Consequently, it corresponds to an evil heresy to speak of spiritual property, etc., because since the creation life energy is evolutionarily activating, and neither develops ideas nor thoughts and feelings itself, because only the material consciousness is capable of this and all this is reserved for it alone, there can therefore be no spiritual property given and effective. Consequently, only a person-related consciousness property can be given. In the same way, absolutely no mental illness or mental confusion, etc., can also appear, because in truth no spirit exists, but only the creation energy that animates the body and the evolutionary creation life energy that works in a creational human way as a really tiny part of the mighty and powerful energy of creation universal consciousness, which is given out and absolutely untouchable by human beings in every conceivable way. The material consciousness can be manipulated by human beings and can also be damaged in any way, such as by accident or illness, mental or psychological overload, or by alcohol, drugs, gases, or other environmental influences, etc. As a result, very serious consequences can occur. As a result, very serious damage to consciousness and diseases of consciousness, etc. can occur. However, it is never possible for mental damage or mental illnesses, etc., to occur or manifest themselves because there is no spirit of the human being, as is also the case with every other life form. If something can somehow be influenced or damaged by human beings, then it is never possible through creation energy or creation life energy, nor through a spirit, because such a spirit does not exist. But this is only possible because something is conceived through consciousness, through which damage can be caused consciously or unconsciously, or through illness, for example, also through negligence. For human beings, the actual creation energy is provided solely by life energy and life force, which cannot be influenced in any way in a harmful or damaging manner, as it is absolutely taboo or uncontrollable, unmanageable, unmanipulable, and uncontrollable for human beings, as is also the case for all other life forms. This is in complete contrast to material consciousness, which, if it is allowed, can be controlled and mastered, steered, manipulated, influenced, and absolutely controllable by foreign human beings. This makes it absolutely possible for human beings to be persuaded or over-persuaded to do something and to be directed towards a foreign opinion, whereby such an opinion is always wrong anyway. The human being's personal opinion can thus be stifled and overlaid by a foreign one, and so the human being can suddenly turn to something else than he has done before. This can happen both through coercion and also, in particular, through indoctrination in human beings who neglect their own ability to think and their very own ability to think about things and willingly accept what they are indoctrinated with, consequently accepting what they are indoctrinated with without any self-thinking or self-reflection, and, despite its falsity, advocating it as a belief and truth according to faith. This form of indoctrination usually takes place to the highest degree through the diversity of religious lies and religious deception, whereby countless false thinkers and those who are easily influenced by opinion, as well as those who do not think the truth, the fickle as well as many gullible people quickly and unthinkingly and without hesitation give in to the lies and deception of irresponsible persuasion, the hashing out of beliefs, and the religious deception of their vehemently indoctrinated opinion, and thus fall prey to the beliefs they have been taught. This also happens through indoctrination, which sectarians, the hateful, the self-aggrandizing, and the self-aggrandizing, etc., are mainly geared towards, namely by attacking gullible friends, acquaintances, and other human beings with a variety of lies and evil deception, and by thoroughly embarrassing and convincing them with false truths until they ultimately accept the whole muckraking, unchecked in their crazy delusions of faith, as their own opinion, and vehemently defend it. This only to suddenly realize one day, as a result of their waking intellect and clear reason, that they have been taken in by lies and deception. In this way, many human beings can easily be converted or persuaded to religious faith, or, as a result of their gullibility or forced belief, can be indoctrinated into believers or even religious fanaticism, even to the point of murder, for example, also in a military wise, or to anything else that is not of the right, and simply hostile to human beings and faith, etc.
Which is to be understood as a whole checked for correctness. Schwath, Wednesday, the 20th of April, 1949. Eddie Meyer, Niederflachs, 1253, Bullock.
I want to record in writing what I have learned from my wise teaching, Svath, so that one day those human beings who are interested in effective reality and truth, and who want to strive to become truthful human beings will know it. But my words should also clarify many aspects of what I have experienced and learned from Svath, and what I have seen and experienced together with him when we have fathomed reality and truth in old and new times. The human being's evolutionary task, as I have learned, is to build himself up as a materialized creation life energy form in all that is good and positive in such a way that all the energy and power of the life impulse is constantly able to assert itself better and stronger, and also more intensively. However, this is only possible if the human being continuously educates himself through his independent learning and thereby recognizes and gets to know reality and the effective truth, and also really understands it completely. This, as he necessarily turns away completely from all beliefs of any kind and makes conscious thoughts and logical decisions and moves through his life by acting justly, clearly, and worthily. What the human being has to learn as a whole, and thus also become aware of what life and learning to live really mean and how he should live and lead his life effectively, can only be based on the fact that he uses the creation life energy and its power in his daily life and allows it to manifest within him, whereby he can allow all the necessary knowledge to grow within him. However, no religious or worldly beliefs or assumptions and theories are appropriate, suitable, or necessary for this, because an assumption or theory regarding the effective truth and regarding learning, especially regarding the way of life, only ever corresponds to an obstacle. Reality and its truth can never be found in it, and consequently, nothing can also never be confirmed. In particular, an assumption or theory regarding lifestyle generally only leads to confusion and, as a result of this, farther and farther confusion, so that the increasingly confusing problems increase and result in a lack of understanding and swimming in a chaos of thoughts and unparalleled confusion to such an extent that every logical solution is pushed away from the correct lifestyle. Consequently, no life situations can ever be practically translated into reality through theories, but it is effectively only realistic and truthful thoughts and the positive realizations arising from them, as well as the resulting actions that lead to success. This is particularly the case when it comes to learning to make a real and true human being of oneself through one's own realizations, energy, and strength. This requires a great deal of understanding, tolerance, and true neutrality towards oneself, but also joy and perseverance, as well as honesty towards one's own personality. It is also very necessary that the important work to be done in terms of thoughts, feelings, and behavior is done with enthusiasm, generosity, and an honest willingness to help oneself. However, this is also necessary with regard to a right and good cooperation with a close acquaintance, as well as with an unknown fellow human being, because empathy and equally comprehensive and self-explanatory forbearance are also necessary. This is just as important as loyalty and real and honest love, but also understanding for oneself, as well as the knowledge and awareness of creation itself, which is the entirety of everything visible and tangible, but also everything invisible and intangible, everything that exists and therefore not the work of a religious imaginary God. As delusional believers erroneously and delusionally imagine this imaginary figure and worship it begging and pleading, "Well, there is no God creator, but only the true creation, which is everything and everyone, the whole of nature with all its fauna and flora all around, as well as everything that exists on all sides of the universe and all dimensions in general, in sevenfold form, as Sfath teaches." And this teaching of his also conveys that diverse life exists in the universe, in everything and everyone, in every matter, in water, in every stone, and even in ice, in which viruses, worms, and the microscopically tiny living organisms bacteria, which are also microbes, are found, along with their genetic and functional potential, when they are released sooner or later and can then begin to take effect. These are tiny individual cells that do not have a nucleus. And all this life has developed on Earth and adapted to earthly conditions, like all life in general, right up to the life form of the human being, but the origin of it was brought here from outer space, namely by comets, meteors and asteroids, but also from outer space itself, for this is probably empty of air, but countless and diverse species of amino acids, microbes, viruses, and even microalgae and plant seeds, etc., are buzzing around in it. They drift onto planets, moons, comets, meteors, asteroids, and other space travelers, inseminating them and causing everything to fall onto planets and spread. If these float down on planets that are capable of gaining a foothold, then they develop and thrive. Consequently, they emerge from the energy and power of the planet, and are therefore planetary in every form, but were originally brought here from outer space, from where they also enter the solar system and its planets, etc., and unfold according to possibility, and thus become planetary. Through the evolution of blown seeds from outer space, or brought here by comets, meteors or asteroids, millions of fauna and flora are formed. But here and there, it is also the case that life forms that have traveled far and wide bring seeds and other things with them when they are able to travel through outer space. This, such as humans or human-like life forms, which are humanoids, that is to say human-like, but not human beings in the sense that corresponds to Earth humans, Homo sapiens. The lineage of the humans does not descend from an ape lineage, as Charles Darwin's theory claims, because the evolved Earth humans developed in a special way from the ground up in various life form phases, with a DNA specially adapted to them, as it exists in the entire life form realm of all life forms, in all matter belts in sevenfold dimensions of creation itself. This means that, without exception, all life forms in the entire matter belt area are provided with DNA according to their species. Note Wikipedia. March 2025. Billy explanation. Deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA for short, is a macromolecule made up of 4 different deoxyribonucleotides in the form of a double helix. DNA contains the genes that encode the structure of all proteins, and therefore contains almost all the information necessary for cell function. This also applies to all those human beings who traveled further afield, as well as to all the various human-like life forms that came to Earth, whose bodies were reptilian or animal-like, etc., and who were generally regarded and worshipped as new gods by the Earth humans, some of whom were distant descendants of those who traveled further afield and had forgotten their ancestors. This, as Earth humans have done since time immemorial with human beings from Earth, who brought teachings or heresies, made circles of faith and religions of faith, etc., out of them, and found followers for them, some of whom were strictly fanatical, and others even dangerous to the point of murder. This is because religions and their beliefs are fundamentally all based on and spread invented heresies, Dewalt, Ausertung, murder and manslaughter, just as every worldly belief has brought nothing but death, strife, hardship, revenge and misery since time immemorial, and also continues to bring greed and wars, which will continue to be the case. Religions and other religious groups have existed since time immemorial, and will continue to exist for a very long time, and will continue to provide the reason for molding and abusing politics in such a way as to cause wars and terror, as well as to stimulate the arms industry and engage in immense military armament, as will be the case in the coming decades, and especially in the 3rd millennium, because America's behavior of world domination, as a result of its war mania in a wise worldwide manner, will once again be the case, and will give rise to a military rearmament mania. America's leaders and world domination addicts will be particularly fundamentally guilty of this, and the great fear mania of the incompetent leaders of all European states will trigger the hoarding of military materials. This will happen especially in the 3rd decade of the 3rd millennium, and will cause a furor out of fear, because America's guilt will then trigger a long-standing war in Eastern Europe in succession to the Soviet Union, which America will insidiously fuel with deceit and deceitfulness as well as with arms supplies, and in this wise prolong for years to come. This will not be any different than the fact that this alone will cause much controversy worldwide, just as family feuds elsewhere will also lead to murder and manslaughter, whereby in 80 years' time a large entity will drift through the solar system space as a fragment of a planet from beyond the solar system, which has been partially explored until then, which will cause great excitement, and will be repeated around 7 years later when the entity returns after orbiting the solar system. With regard to space objects of this kind, Earth humans will have to decide to what extent a danger will arise or be averted. And this entity will not originate from the solar space system, as will be erroneously assumed, but from the depths of outer space, just as another long entity will also cause much excitement, which will pass through the solar system in 75 years. In the future, however, various small and large objects will continue to cause excitement among Earth humans when they come from the solar system as asteroids and also as small and large objects from outer space to Earth, or close to it in the next 500 years. However, the potential danger to planet Earth and humanity posed by such objects will be many times less than the danger of Earth being damaged or even destroyed by unreasonable humanity through warfare and experimental mania. Religious hatred or hatred of faith as well as worldly faith, which invariably only consists of views and opinions, will be created anew, whereby Christians and Jews in particular will once again make themselves known with hatred, and believers in Islam will form themselves into terrorist groups and stir up evil through murder and destruction, as a result of which thousands of people of other faiths, such as Christians and Jews, will lose their lives. And in this sense, religious murders will be committed and people of other faiths will simply be harassed, bullied and murdered. And as it was in the Nazi war a few years ago, it will be again, only this time in this war it will happen in such a way that the distant descendants of those persecuted and murdered in the last World War will wield the sword of death themselves, and just as their ancestors were mercilessly murdered by the National Socialists, so will distant descendants proceed against those of other faiths, namely those who pay homage to the faith of Islam. And this will be commanded mercilessly by a Nazi corpse, who will spread death by order and will be criminal, murderous, unscrupulous and tolerated by the leaders of America, and by all the like-minded and Nazi corpses who will be in office as evil leaders and state officials in European countries. What is already modernizing in this wise today will certainly come shortly after the second decade of the third millennium. A new and very evil hatred will unstoppably arise worldwide and be directed against the distant descendants of the Torah believers. And it will be that the entire people of the same and thus also their righteous will be held guilty and innocently hated for the Nazis' acts of war, because their army and the like-minded part of the population will once again be discredited, insulted, and fall prey to anti-Semitism. Consequently, the Torah believers of the new era will then be hated, just as their earlier ancestors have been persecuted since time immemorial, murdered by the millions in the Nazi war, and will continue to fall prey to the vendetta because it will be nothing else. And that will be the case, as will be many other things, such as many other wars and political terror, and indeed much will be hypocritically religious, as will also greed for land, greed for wealth, obsession with power and evil reasons of state, as well as all kinds of other state and civil crimes and much violence, strife, malice and other outshouting of all kinds etc. will dominate America in the future. And this will come to pass, with America's state leadership, in many cases holding the reins of evil destiny, which will come, in a particularly blatant and dictatorial wise, in 75 years, and will also affect all states of the world. Great exterminations in nature and its fauna and flora and in the whole creation in general will occur, because the growing Earth humans will destroy everything. The existence of nature with all its fauna and flora, as well as all the existence of the visible and invisible, is creation, and this has nothing whatsoever to do with an unreal, religious, imaginary, and therefore non-existent God and God Creator, who is to be worshipped, adored and implored by believers in religion or God, because he is supposed to protect and help. What is truly important is the human being himself, who should think, act, rule and have might over himself and protect and help himself at all times through his own energy, strength, logic, understanding and reason. This requires that man himself strives for his own advancement by educating himself in all necessary ways and changing himself for the good and the correct in such a way that he transforms himself into a true human being and humanity and shows it the necessary honor, respect, and dignity. The human being, however, should urgently take this seriously and necessarily tackle and implement this change in the foreseeable future in order to save what can still be saved, but unfortunately he will not do so, which will lead to bad consequences in the long term. Soon new wars and other calamities will sweep over various peoples and states on Earth, bringing endless suffering and misery to all nations around the globe. The climate will also change and bring many disasters, deaths, tremendous storms, destruction and, in the north of the Earth, great heat and forest fires, which will bring hardship and destruction, especially in America with regard to the great forests, as well as in Europe and in various states in the Far East, but also in many other states worldwide where forests are an important part of the land. In many countries on Earth, the evil of illegal logging for financial gain will also become a reality, as will large-scale forest eradication as a result of land reclamation for cattle pastures, although this land will lie fallow and become useless after just 2 or 3 years. Irresponsible companies will soon be set up, to which those unfamiliar with nature and those on the take, as well as wealth-seeking and naive state officials, will grant state licenses in order to legally destroy very large forest stands and clear-cut large areas of forest in order to exploit the wood from the trees for horrendous financial gains. This will have an extremely negative impact on the climate as a whole due to the loss of oxygen and the production of toxic gases, which will also have a very strong impact on nature, fauna and flora, the planet, the atmosphere and the climate as a whole as a result of Earth humans irresponsibly multiplying by the billions in the future, to such an extent that a climate upheaval will be unavoidable. In the main, however, it will be exhaust gases from cars that will cause Earth humans to release polluting and poisonous toxic gases into the atmosphere, along with exhaust gases from factories and working machines, which will increasingly pollute the climate. But it will also be greenhouse gases and all kinds of other air pollutants, such as carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, volatile organic compounds and particulate matter, etc., that will contribute to damaging and upsetting the climate and causing an anthropogenic climate collapse, that is to say changes to the climate system caused solely by Earth humans. As a result, the climate shifts will cause enormous storms in some places, causing much destruction and death as well as misery and hardship. And elsewhere, other states will be hit by great droughts, and the land will not recover for years, causing everything to wither and die out, and then also become devoid of human beings. And mountains will come crashing down, claiming many human lives, filling up and destroying villages, just as floods will also bring many deaths and destruction. And what I want to say for the future, what Sfath and I have seen and experienced, will be evil and very bad, with many evils, deaths and wars being created by an emerging artificial intelligence, which will cause disaster in some places. And too many human beings will cause the atmospheric conditions and the land and even the soil kingdom and the necessary water conditions to change, and the land will even dry up in many places because the rains will also fail to fall, as once happened on Rapa Nui, for example. And truly, through Earth humans' own fault, there is a threat of near destruction worldwide in the coming time, just as there is also a threat from solar space that will create fear, horror, death, destruction, and other calamities. And further disaster will soon begin in Korea in just 10 months' time, carried out and interfered with by the Western world domination addicts as they have done since time immemorial. With the start of what is to come in Korea, the course of what will only mean doom will begin, namely the very long-lasting epoch of war mania that will reach far into the third millennium and spread to the rulers of many countries. The guilt of this madness will be triggered solely by the Western world domination addicts, which originally began with the irresponsible dropping of atomic bombs. But what will come again in Korea will then unstoppably trigger the mad war mania to which many state leaders and otherwise evil addicts of the lust for power from the military as well as politicians and from the populations will fall prey, and this will henceforth be unstoppable for a very long time until well into the next millennium. And the majority of the peoples of all states will be responsible for this, because in their indifference and irresponsibility, as well as in all elections, they will appoint the power-hungry and those incapable of leadership as their national administrators, leaders and rulers, without the responsible voters caring in their indifference, and without anyone endeavoring to find out how, who and what the people to be elected basically are. Consequently, in practically every case, the result is that only those who are greedy for power and weak in character and absolutely incapable of leadership are elected to governments, or those who are incapable in this way can sneak or hoist themselves into governments as rulers by means of force or lies and deceit. Since time immemorial, these have actually all been male domains, with a few exceptions, but this will change in the future, because in the times to come, more and more women will rise higher and might come to power, but nothing will change with regard to miserability, and thus the inability to lead. Consequently, everything of the inability to lead will not change, and it will also remain the same in the future. Many lunatics among the leaders of America, Europe and the world will be cheered on by the majority of the peoples who have been struck by low intelligence and indifference, and will in future turn to the world domination addicts from the West, who have been indulging in their bloody and war-driven addiction mania since their early existence in 1776, and have been doing so for around 170 years. In this spirit, they also leveled Hiroshima and Nagasaki with atomic bombs for years ago, murdering many hundreds of thousands of human beings in the process. This is despite the fact that the Western world domination addicts are strictly religious and have many religious sects, but nevertheless exhibit unparalleled criminality, just as they also intervene militarily all over the world without limits and unspeakably unscrupulously and irresponsibly through wars and interference in the politics of foreign countries, by secret services and militarily, and murder on a massive scale with impunity, which the majority of Earth humans do not care about in indifference. And this will continue decade after decade for all the years to come and decades of the 20th century to come. Consequently, it will be absolutely and completely certain that all those who have been characterized and obsessed by the mad mania for war and the extremely greedy and sick delusion of world domination since time immemorial, as well as many like-minded people and also descendants of the criminals of the World War just 4 years ago, will bring forth new wars and plunge the world further into misery and hardship. This will happen especially when, in the new millennium of the third decade, the delusion of the leadership of the world domination addicts from the West will senselessly threaten the world and its economy. As a result, the new and insane state leadership will bring its own country into a negative position, which will then come dangerously close to a dictatorship due to confused megalomania and lust for power as well as a damaged, sick mind and irrationality, which will almost lead to a situation like the one that was created on 2 planets early on, from which the asteroid belt emerged. This was the case when the first human-like life forms lived on the planets opposite the Sun in the Sol system, in the same orbit between the giant planet Jupiter and the Earth-like planet Mars, at different times, around 2 million years ago or a little more. These came one after the other, completely destroying their home planets as a result of their hostilities and hurling their large fragments into the vast space of the honeycomb cosmos as giant asteroids. The same thing will happen as a result of the irrationality and greed for power, and also as a result of the insane self-importance of human beings, especially the greed of the powerful state rulers who enrich themselves from the peoples. You will only hoard mammon instead of fulfilling their governmental duty and avoiding any kind of war and other mass murder or murder at all. This, as well as the ever-increasing indifference and irresponsibility and the complete lack of conscience of the endlessly increasing Earth humanity threaten, whereby the Earth will also have a sad and very bad and evil future in the future, especially and inevitably in the next millennium, because everything will come to pass if Earth humans do not rethink and do not begin to act correctly. This will inevitably happen unless logic, understanding and reason prevail, and the responsibility to preserve the planet, nature and its fauna and flora and everything necessary for the existence of all life is properly recognized and acted upon. If Earth humans do not finally remove their power-hungry and ineffectual, selfish leaders who are absolutely incapable of leading states, but only enrich themselves and indulge their delusional desires according to their senses and desires, and bring honest leaders to government through real elections and knowledge of the character and behavior of those to be elected, then things will be bad in the world in the future, to which an artificial intelligence will also contribute. But unfortunately, understanding and reason will not be present in the majority of peoples, and consequently all the evils will become greater and greater, especially because, through the fault of the incompetent leaders, they will not order any valuable measures, and will not allow anything to be carried out so that Earth humans will come to their senses and keep their numbers rationally low, and not overflow, so that all life in nature, and its fauna and flora, is not endangered and even wiped out. The realization, however, that Earth humans will not be the masters of creation, but only its responsible stewards, will only be revealed to them when they have come to the end of their wicked misery and have truly ceased their very evil self-importance and first orientated their thinking sensibly and responsibly towards the creational. Only then, when he humbly integrates himself into their existence and their work in a wise way of working together in unity in order to bring success and effectiveness as well as protection and also progress, will everything change for the better. However, Earth humans will only recognize this and hesitantly strive to do so when evil that has already arisen begins to emerge in an intensified wise and will bring very bad consequences. This will be fundamentally and often the fault of those autocratic state leaders who will come up with crazy ideas and also give irresponsible orders that will promote disaster and be completely against nature, destroying it more and more. And it will inevitably be through the fault of the absolutely irresponsible state leaders who will have no valuable knowledge of nature's creation, especially in the coming third millennium, that a great deal will be spoilt and destroyed. Earth humans will only become aware of this when it is almost too late to do anything about it, but that will only be when the need is recognized and the mind slowly awakens again. But my words will be useless and will simply fade away in the desert of not wanting to be heard. I will be cursed and hated because the truth will not want to be heard, and will not see how slowly but surely everything is decaying and going down the drain. Slowly and insidiously, human beings become indifferent, mendacious and uneducated, addicted to alcohol and various poisons, and fall more and more into the religious and secular delusion of faith. But the craze for great wealth and physical beauty, as well as fornication, addiction to personal prestige, sports addiction, and other addictions of all kinds will also become rampant in the future, and none of the addicts will notice the damage that results. The addiction to faith, religious or secular, which eliminates our very own realistic thinking, completely atrophies the brain to such an extent that it is left with very little room for illusory thinking. This is no longer sufficient to recognize and understand the actual reality and its truth, which means that the ability to perceive reality and truth is impaired and undermined, and normal drives and motivations are also impaired. In this way, learning and understanding also diminish more and more, as a result of which stultification or non-thinking becomes more and more entrenched, and only belief continues to express itself in a superficially powerful way. As a result, consciousness becomes overloaded with assumptions, wild fantasies, delusional ideas, misconceptions, and therefore beliefs, so that ultimately no reality and its truth can be perceived, realized, and understood, and only the delusion of faith powerfully retains the upper hand. Those who believe in religion and those who believe in the world do everything they can with their faith-based lies and deceptions to ensure that everything continues to exist within the faith-based framework, and that everything continues to exist in this respect. Everything lives and flourishes in this respect, and nothing, but also nothing at all, can be done about it unless the individual human being willingly learns to think for himself in logic, understanding, and reason in order to recognize reality and its truth. However, just as the majority of Earth humans do not do this, but only an absolute minority, which will bring disaster, humanity will also grow to many billions, contrary to reason, which will jeopardize the existence of all life, and even wipe out and eradicate many things without any hope of salvation. Something that is to be repeated over and over again, because the growth of Earth humans will lead to the worst catastrophe that has ever taken place in this world. Because the entire creation, that is to say the planet itself, along with much of nature and its fauna and flora, will be increasingly harassed, destroyed, and largely annihilated. Everything will consequently be in danger of destruction in less than just 80 years, that is to say, just a few decades after the beginning of the third millennium. This is because the mass of Earth humans will have irresponsibly grown to around 10 billion by then, and will have largely damaged and destroyed creation on Earth, bringing the planet almost to the brink of complete extinction, through the exploitation of resources and the poisoning and extinction of many fauna and flora genera and species, as well as the biodiversity of the insect world and microorganisms. Unfortunately, in the future, those who are unfamiliar with nature, autocrats, power-hungry, and other incompetents will be placed as leaders and supreme powers over all peoples. Their machinations and the introduction of new laws, ordinances and regulations, etc., which will be directed against the order given by creation, will then result in blatantly false and irresponsibly deadly false doctrines for the natural environment, which will be lowly intelligently decreed and applied in the future, and will bring immeasurable life-threatening and life-destroying damage. And human beings who disregard these false laws, regulations and decrees and false doctrines and act correctly on their own and accomplish what corresponds to the creational natural order will be punished for this by the authorities who have become autocratic. This is in addition to the fact that these incompetent states of all states on Earth will allow or even order the overbuilding of areas of nature, as a result of which everything and everyone in the natural habitat will increasingly lose its viability. In addition, nature and its fauna and flora, the oceans, land, waters, and landscapes will be dangerously and even life-destroyingly rendered barren worldwide in a very wise way with civilian rubbish, chemicals, toxins, and artificial materials of all kinds. This will be criminally so, of all the criminal activities of this kind that are emerging, in which almost the entire Earth human race will participate, before it even begins before the start of the new millennium, as it will also continue afterwards in the course of the next millennium, and very quickly, more than 55% of the fauna and flora will be wiped out. This, together with the further poisoning of all the waters of the land and the seas of the earth, and everything else that will soon be destroyed, as well as all the regions of the glaciers and the ice on the Earth's poles will melt away, because the thoughtless and irresponsible machinations of Earth humans, and above all the ineffectual state leaders, will carelessly and criminally violate all the order of the nature of creation. This will be as bad as the other things that have already been in the offing for some time, and will become noticeable and even visible to many human beings in a short time, namely that the climate is unrestrainedly shaking and tending towards upheaval, causing a blatant change and thus the climate zones. This is already well advanced, and will soon have its effect and bring many deaths to humanity. And furthermore, it must be said for the future of Earth humans that their technology will not be so advanced in the foreseeable future that they will be able to reach out to space, the real universe, despite the efforts that will soon begin to reach solar space and the moon with primitive rockets. Thus, it will not be possible for large parts of humanity to flee from the nature of Earth, which has been harassed and largely destroyed by them, and to colonize other planets, as the many humanity-like beings did millions of years ago, who then colonized the two worlds of this system as distant descendants of those who had traveled far away, that is to say, fled from their planets to Mars and then to Earth, before their home planets were completely destroyed by hostility and became asteroids and dust. Very long times will still pass for their very, very distant descendants, namely the future numerically overflowing Earth humans, who will not be able to flee from Earth and settle on Mars. For example, although they will begin their endeavors with extremely primitive rocket technology, in just a few years' time, in order to reach the moon. It will probably be possible to land on the moon with rockets, and even to build an Earth-orbiting station that can be operated by a few human beings in order to get from there to the planet Mars again with primitive rockets. But this will never be enough to penetrate into the true universe, into space. It will not even be enough to reach the unexplored end of solar space in the distant future. On the other hand, Earth humans will increase in numbers in the coming times and well into the next millennium to such an extent that the planet itself will be very dangerously affected by the overexploitation of natural resources. This will increase the dangers of earthquakes and seaquakes because the Earth's interior will shift more and more, and its groundwater masses will also be affected, which geologists will continue to deny for a long time because they truly do not understand this, but which they should fundamentally understand and warn and educate all Earth humans about the dangerous and destructive overexploitation of the planet, or damage it in other ways. In the future, South American countries in particular, such as Chile, then Alaska in the north, as well as China and Indonesia, Sumatra, Morocco, Southeast Asia, as well as Greece, Japan, Italy and Turkey, Persia and various other particularly vulnerable countries will also be hit by man-made earthquakes. Switzerland and Europe in general will also be increasingly exposed to tectonic activity in the coming period of the new millennium, especially, as I said, from the third millennium onwards. Just as earthquakes and also seaquakes will increase worldwide, mountains will collapse and weather disasters will cause many deaths and destroy and devastate entire residential areas of human beings and their settlements, to which atmospheric quakes will then also noticeably occur, which have not been mentioned so far, but will be mentioned fearfully and frequently in the future. And furthermore, as already mentioned, the Earth's polar ice masses will very soon melt rapidly as a result of climate collapse and rising heat, as will the glaciers around the world, causing large masses of water to rise in the seas, but also increasing humidity and clouds, which will cause violent rainstorms and wild floods and destruction, resulting in a great deal of suffering and other evil. Large fires will also destroy many of the world's forests. The whole of nature and all its fauna and flora will be affected and destroyed in many ways, and in some cases much of it will be completely wiped out, as has already been happening to a lesser extent for some time, and various fauna and flora life forms will fall victim to complete extinction. This will then increase to around 60,000 genera and species per year in the new millennium. All of this will be the fault of Earth humans, who will multiply en masse, just as in the future, as a result of human beings' thoughtless, devastating machinations and guilt. Wrong and confused things will be involved in the fact that much other destruction and devastation will also be caused and appear. Much will be indifferent to everything that exists, and irresponsibly and stoically provoke the uncontrollably growing humanity's downfall, which will be unstoppable unless logic, understanding and reason prevail against all odds and can prevent the worst. But the way human beings in all countries are creating future disaster and thus attracting and provoking the downfall, everything can only get worse, worse and worse. And just as the majority of humanity, as of old, will shout pro and hurrah in many countries in favor of wars and destruction as well as countless murders and applaud them, nothing will improve through all the warring world domination addicts out of fear or false friendship, but will only get worse and worse. Consequently, the great disaster will come and overflow, and the discrepancy to a real peace will become ever greater and more impossible. In the time to come and far into the next millennium, it will be inevitable that after the following and coming decades up to the new third millennium, war after war will occur all over the world, as well as again and again only sham peace or occupations of states, mainly led by America, the world domination addict, which will give no peace and become dictatorial. However, the low intelligence of a powerful state in Northern Europe will also lead to a worldwide and many hundreds of thousands of economic refugees fleeing from poor countries in the south and east, which will be encouraged by criminals and will result in costly refugee transports. These will lead solely to the very rich industrialized countries in the north of the planet when the waves of refugees begin to emerge, which will then claim many tens of thousands of lives through failure, incompetence, deceitfulness, weakness, crime, suicide, and other factors. And furthermore, shortly after the beginning of the year 2000, the addicted world rulers from the far west will greedily overthrow a government in order to invade a state in the east with provoked forces from the east through war as a result of lies and deceit, as will have already been done about 10 years earlier. But this provocation by the world domination addicts, namely America, will only be the beginning of what it will continue to afford in the future. Namely that in the third millennium it will continue in the first 3 decades what it will still afford in this millennium with various wars all over the world. And as a frequent consequence, the coming decades of this current century will be characterized by roaring and howling all over the world, as well as loud howls and howls for these Western world-dominating nations, which will continue well into the third millennium. This is because the low intelligence of the peoples does not recognize that the Western addicts, the Americans, are greedy for world domination and want to make the whole world subservient to them. This will be due to fear of the world domination addicts, or due to the low intelligence of all foreign states, because the leaders and peoples are falsely friendly to the West out of fear, which wants to seize and dominate all the states of the earth. And it will be in this regard that all the leaders of America will be dictator-like, and with the help of those parts of the people will do everything to bring the whole world under America's rule, whereby wars, capital punishment, tribulation, humiliation and persecution, and from state secret services will emerge a speciality of devious murders. Secretly, all of this will be kept from the people, as will much else, so the bulk of the American people, who are decent and honest, dutiful and truthful, will be lied to and deceived by the state leadership and military power, and will not receive any important information. This will continue in the future even more strictly than it has been since time immemorial. However, this will be imitated all over the world and especially in Europe, especially starting after the next 2 decades, and only continuing hard in the new millennium, with Germany and France very soon pushing ahead in this respect, where also that part of the population that is conscientious and loyal will not be able to do anything about it, because the majority of the top state leadership and their supporters and comrades in arms will have a basic attitude in their mentality that will be the same as that of the National Socialists. Nothing will have changed in this respect among these descendants of the degenerates, because they will not give it a second thought and will continue this behavior, as will be the case with many leaders of other European states, who will unite to form a dictatorial coalition, the basic idea of which already emerged last year, but the effective foundation stone for which will be laid in about 10 years' time. In some cases, the death penalty will be retained and only abolished at the beginning of the new millennium, although it will continue to fester in the minds of timid human beings in this coalition. This will happen just as the rich will become the leaders of the state, and the powerful over the peoples, and just as the populations will only be after wealth, with many persons from the populations indulging in all kinds of thievery, deceit and lies, but also other forms of evil wrongdoing, such as robbery, violence and murder, etc. And all of this will happen because the unrighteousness of everything criminal and criminalizing, as well as all wrongdoing in general, will get out of control. The wrong will be promoted and the correct and true will be punished. The state leaders and their authorities of all kinds, as well as the jurisdictions and courts, etc., will also be molded and handled in the same way, as a result of which much injustice will be committed and applied due to greed for power or bribes. And it will come to pass that the state leaders, the authorities, the military organizations and the financial institutions, etc., will constrict human beings as never before and deprive them of their freedom, depriving them of all competence in their own actions and preventing any freedom of action through military laws and state laws, rules, regulations, and financial institution decisions and machinations. America, addicted to world domination, will be conceited and assisted in fear and false friendship, as if they, as a Western might, were to wage war in the 3rd decade of the next millennium through a proxy buffoon in Eastern Europe, with the help of many lowly intelligent and simple-minded and partisan foreign states and parts of their populations, who will provide Buffon, engaged by the addicts of world domination, with plenty of material for the war caused by the addicts who lust for world domination. In addition to the fact that those in power, the lowly intelligent and the partisan, will also provide immense financial capital, which this hypocritical harlequin will enjoy and enrich himself immensely. The war instigated by the world domination addicts will result in those who are addicted to war mania, and those who are hopelessly enslaved out of friendship or fear, as well as the warmongers of foreign states, surrendering like dogs to the delusional world domination addicts and dancing to their tune, and doing everything they want at that future time according to their will, lies, and deceit. This is how it will come and become, and it is already predetermined that it will continue for a very long time in the new 3rd millennium. In the process, evil will spread more and more in the world, which will have all the more consequences, and the majority of Earth humans will indulge in religiously mendacious violence, various crimes, warfare, self-profiling, lying and cheating, dishonesty, and the dishonest acquisition of wealth, so that violence and murder will become the order of the day. On the other hand, however, those in power are becoming increasingly helpless in their greed for power and simple-mindedness, as well as in their absolute inability to lead the people, while in their lack of ability they will brag with big words, with all the lies and delusions they can think of to conceal or whitewash their failures, and to lull the people into submission and try to make them compliant. Through the guilt of religious and worldly faith, and the impoverishment of effective education in terms of general knowledge, etc., Earth humans will become ever more irresponsible, indifferent, and scrupulous and increasingly foreign to themselves. In the future, this will lead to the fact that the self-discovery of human beings towards true human being will be more and more intensively and completely prevented, because what is important for self-discovery and true human being, and thus also for the correct way of life, will be missing, namely one's own endeavors, and the acquisition of the necessary knowledge and understanding, as well as the necessary cognition for this. From above, the government will secretly and underground prevent the education of the majority of Earth humans from becoming ever weaker and less significant in terms of their general education, so that they can be forced more and more under the thumb of all the greed for power of those incompetent rulers who, in this later century, will utilize an artificial intelligence that will already be active in the mid-1980s, but will be concealed from the public. With regard to the destruction of nature and its fauna and flora, it is necessary to understand and also accept that this is the basis of all life, because it is through it that the vital existence of all material life forms is possible in the first place, just as it is only through its biodiversity as a fundamental part of creation that all life is permanent. And to know and understand all this is of great importance for human beings, for in all this lies the creational energy and might, which is given as creation energy, and it is this which human beings can always utilize through logic, understanding and reason, and which makes them capable of forming their very own truthful thoughts realistically, and also in accordance with reality, and far removed from any religious or worldly belief. A pseudo-knowledge and pseudo-understanding and, as a result of impractical pseudo-skills, vocational training is not the same as learning everything from scratch from a young age, and living together with nature, and its fauna, and flora, and living the whole of this. Only learning about nature and its flora and fauna professionally is effectively only half the value of what they need to be correctly understood, nurtured and cared for. As a result, only what the professionals understand about nature and its fauna and flora is done professionally, but not what nature and fauna and flora have to say, what they want and need, in addition to everything that the professional, who wants to know everything, and has learnt to believe, knows about nature and flora, because he is really not connected to them from an adolescent age, and cannot empathize with nature and its fauna and flora, and consequently lacks the whole of empathy. Certainly, the profession of a certain connection with nature and its fauna and flora is good and valuable, but it does not replace the necessary co-living and co-sensitivity. Consequently, erroneous and confused ideas of learned naturalists are the order of the day, and exactly the opposite is understood and done, which would be correct and should be done. Creation energy is not only the existence of all energy and power that ensures the life of every human being, as well as any other life form, but also the factor of creation energy itself, which evolves inexorably through ever-new revitalizations of the creation energetic form of consciousness of human beings, and depending on the genus and species of fauna and flora. This evolution takes place continuously as a result of the constant learning of the human being, accomplished by the consciousness of the respective animated person formed by the creation life energy, which continuously learns in life and acquires knowledge. This knowledge is accumulated in the material memory of the brain and transferred directly into the creation life energy by the consciousness formed by the creation life energy and stored there, because this life energy generator is also the knowledge energy store. This store stores all knowledge for all endless duration, which is created and thus stored by each constantly new personality, just as this knowledge, as well as the very diverse knowledge of all past personalities, is used again by the next completely new personality in a useful evolutive way, but always only unconsciously. However, how this useful application and utilization is used in a positive or negative way, how it affects, shapes and forms, is determined by the new personality itself and alone. namely by how everything is absorbed, applied and shaped that daily life offers and produces, and what is made valuable or worthless in terms of character. This is especially true with regard to real and true humanity, or the false shaping and molding of the behavior of untrue humanity, which also results in abnormality and even outsouting. It must be absolutely clear that there is never a rebirth of the old deceased personality, nor does the current personality have any relation to it or any other form with the former personality. It must also be completely clear that every thought, every form of behavior and action, etc., is neither inherited nor predetermined in any way, etc., because every new personality that is born arises according to its own thoughts, behavior, and actions, as well as according to its own character, etc., which is to be formed. Every new personality, that is to say, every human being, forms itself according to how and what it absorbs from its direct and indirect environment, and thus shapes its thoughts, decisions, actions, and behavior. This makes it clear that it is always and in every case the absolutely personal self-education that determines everything and every thought, decision, action, and behavior, as well as the attitude and, if no illness prevents it, the reason and intellect of the human being. Thus, every upbringing by parents or other guardians, as well as the influences of other human beings, their ways of thinking, actions, and behavior, etc., are factors that influence a person's thinking. These are factors that influence and shape or not a human being developing in his thinking, disposition and forms, as well as in his decisions and actions, character formation and behavior, depending on what he accepts or rejects for himself. It is therefore determined by whether he evaluates what is brought to him from the outside in a self-educationally positive or negative way, and from this determines his character, and his personality, and his behavior, etc., to be just or unjust, normal or degenerate, or positive or negative. Therefore, it is never and never the upbringing of parents, grandparents, or any other authorized educators, etc., but always and in every case, if it is not a disease or pathological Ausartung, always the self-education of the human being himself, however he also degenerates or degenerates. All other scientific and psychological explanations are and remain only nonsensical assertions, as they could not be more ignorant and lowly intelligent, as Svoth explains. The human being as such should form himself into a true human being in every form and wise and develop effective integrity in his consciousness in order to be able to live and act in such a way that he can express himself personally with all the standards of his values through his behavior. Developing personal integrity against everything negative is to be understood as loyalty to oneself and one's own righteousness, whereby the human being with integrity lives honestly in his consciousness and acts in such a way that he is always able to express himself honestly in all his personal correct thoughts, his standards and values in all his life, behavior, conduct, and actions. This is what characterizes absolute personal integrity, which clearly demonstrates his loyalty to himself and his absolute integrity and incorruptibility. Furthermore, integrity also stands for the decency and honesty of human beings, as well as for their righteousness, trustworthiness, absolute reliability, and profound trust. And these are values of true and effective humanity, the high values of which are also true love, peace, and freedom, and these are to be cherished and nurtured. The effective and true human being should be learnt from the ground up from early childhood, but the truth is that it is often only learnt by human beings with great effort and necessity throughout their lives, because this is what the harsh reality of existence demands. Namely, that everything negative must be rethought, and a change towards the positive must take place, especially towards honest and true humanity. This is because true humanity harbors extremely valuable qualities that are expressed when a person understands another person and empathizes with what is going on inside them and what moves them. In particular, these values are firstly mindfulness and empathy, which must always be characterized by respect and tolerance. Furthermore, absolutely honest consideration must also be shown to other human beings, because these are the absolute core values of what constitutes true human being, which, like true and profound love, true peace and effective freedom, must be cherished and cultivated in all honesty. When the term true and genuine humanity is used, it is of course also associated with humanity, as it also has a broader and narrower meaning, namely that the whole of true humanity and humanity towards fellow human beings is about everything that belongs to or is proper to human beings and relates to them. In this respect, these are all high values that distinguish human beings from animals, creatures and all other life forms, which also defines the true human being's attitude and disposition, as well as human faults and weaknesses. Unfortunately, this is also linked to the fact that human beings as such make mistakes, because it is said that to err is human, but this does not and must never mean that they behave, think, and also act in an inhuman way. All these values mentioned, as well as many other behavioral values, are the practical themes of the Nocademion teaching, which is the teaching of truth, teaching of creation energy, teaching of life, which is brought from the Ankai universe and should be learned by human beings on Earth, and they should deal with it and thereby grow within themselves, in order to become true human beings and to cultivate true humanity, and in this way to appreciate creation, which is pure nature and all that exists in the universe, which is to be honored and appreciated in the existence of all its energy and power of nature, and its fauna and flora, and its endless existence. The human being on Earth should also learn and understand peace from this teaching and become peaceful, just as he should completely eliminate and recognize everything that is abnormal, hostile to life and destructive of life in his character and in his attitude, and become aware that all peoples, races and genera as well as species, human beings and human beings like them, are to be respected and treated in a peaceful and equally protective manner, but also that all life of every life form, regardless of genus or species, is to be respected and protected.
Education Sim Ya Say Silver Star Center, the 21st of April 2025, Billy, Eduard Albert Meyer, reproduction from April 1949.
With regard to education, it must be absolutely clear that no education can ever be given by parents, etc., nor can the character and behavior of human beings be brought about by the education of guardians, etc. Education is also not somehow related to the personality lived in the past, because the doctrine of reincarnation can and should never be taken into account in order to understand anything. It must therefore be completely clear that every thought, every form of character, behavior, attitude and action, etc., is neither inherited nor somehow predetermined, etc., because every newly born personality arises according to its own thoughts, behavior, and actions, and according to its own free will to form its own character. Every new personality, that is to say, every human being, forms itself accordingly, through its self-education, according to how and what it absorbs from its direct and indirect environment, and thus shapes and forms its thoughts, decisions, actions, and behavior. This makes it clear that it is always and in every case the absolutely personal self-education that determines everything and every thought, decision, action, and behavior, as well as the attitude and, if no illness prevents it, the reason and intellect of the human being, and what is developed in terms of character and behavior. Consequently, any education by parents or other guardians is pure fantasy, because it is absolutely impossible to educate a human being, as they educate themselves in every case and therefore shape their own character and behavior. This happens in every single case, and therefore with every human being equally. And it happens absolutely surely and inevitably in such a way that he or she, according to his or her own judgment and will, adopts the character and behavior of what he or she hears, sees, or experiences. In this way, he shapes himself through his thoughts, attitudes, actions, and behavior, etc., according to the various influences that affect him. These influences, which come from other people, etc., and have and are intended to have an educational effect: normal, coercive, frightening or even violent, threatening or loving, etc., from parents or grandparents as well as from other so-called guardians, acquaintances, friends, or foreigners, have the same effect on every human being in every individual case. They do so in such a way that they accept or reject them through their own judgment. That is to say, they fit into something that is ordered, simply presented or taught to them. Ultimately, however, it is the case that, through his own decision, he consolidates or rejects in himself, in terms of character and behavior, what is brought to him educationally in an indoctrinating, hearsay, fear-inspiring, neutral, normal, loving, threatening, or violent way. Depending on whether he accepts what he is taught or not, or whether he aligns his character and behavior accordingly or rejects it, he shapes his self-education at his own discretion, over which an educator never has any influence whatsoever. This therefore means that every human being carries out self-education in his life, according to what he perceives from the outside through his hearing and all his senses of perception, whereby everything that arises outside him serves as a model if he aligns all his senses accordingly, whereby he forms his character and behavior in a self-educational way. This is precisely the case when self-education is indoctrinated according to a role model in terms of character and also behavior, and is sustainably formed according to what emerges from the role model. However, if this role model self-education does not materialize, but is effectively rejected, then human beings carry out a form and wise individual self-education that is chosen either positively or negatively, depending on how the human being consciously builds up his or her attitude and behavior. Every self-education by example, whatever its nature, as well as self-education in the positive or negative sense, entails that the human being has a certain character and develops a format that determines his mind and his disposition, as it determines his entire character, his nature or disposition, and the nature of his personality, as well as his temperament and disposition, his nature or essence and nature or his overall profile. The influences of other people, their ways of thinking, actions and behavior, etc., are factors that absolutely influence and shape, or not, the thinking, dispositions and forms of decision-making, actions, character formation, desires and behavior of the developing human being. And this happens according to what he accepts or rejects for himself. It is therefore determined by whether he allows himself to be influenced by what is brought to him from the outside, and whether he evaluates this positively or negatively in a self-educational way and uses it to determine and shape his character, his behavior, and his attitude, etc., either positively or negatively, towards what is just or unjust, normal or degenerate, positive or negative. It is therefore never the upbringing of parents, grandparents or other guardians, etc., but always and in every case, if it is not a disease or pathological Ausartung, always absolutely the self-education of the human being himself, regardless of how he also degenerates or degenerates. All other scientific and psychological explanations relating to education by parents or any other human beings are and remain only nonsensical assertions, as they could not be more ignorant and lowly intelligent, as Svarth explains. The human being as such should form himself into a true human being in every form, and wise, and develop, effective integrity in his consciousness in order to be able to live and act in such a way that he can express himself personally with all the standards of his values through his behavior. Developing personal integrity against everything negative is to be understood as loyalty to oneself and to one's own righteousness, whereby the human being with integrity lives honestly in his consciousness and acts in such a way that he is always able to express his standards and values honestly in all his personal correct thoughts, in all his life, behavior, conduct, and actions. This characterizes absolute personal integrity, which, as loyalty to oneself, proves that absolute integrity and incorruptibility apply to him. Furthermore, integrity also stands for the decency and honesty of human beings, as well as for their righteousness, trustworthiness, absolute reliability, and profound trust. And these are values of true and effective humanity, whose high values also mean true love, peace, and freedom, which must be cherished and nurtured. Effective true humanity should be learnt from the very beginning, from early childhood onwards, and it should be explained to the child, girl or boy, at an early age and repeatedly from time to time that they themselves should orientate and develop their world of thoughts, feelings and emotions according to their own good and valuable interests in order to make them their own element of character and behavior. Unfortunately, however, this is not done in this way by Earth humans, but rather in the opposite way, in that parents, grandparents, and other guardians disregard this and educate their children contrary to the necessity for them to educate themselves as a result of their very own interest in what is right, in order to become true human beings and reject everything that brings violence, discord, unrighteousness, and negative character. Parents and other so-called guardians therefore do not do what is correct, but instead show their children all kinds of evil, violence, lies and deceit in matters of religion and life, etc., as well as evil falsehood, discord, strife, hatred, revenge, greed, retaliation, and avarice, so that the child is confronted with all these falsehoods by watching and listening to them, and everything is self-educated by the child and stored and molded as unworthy. In this way, human beings are molded from an early age with all the good and wrong things that their guardians exemplify to them, instead of being made aware of their self-education with the necessary instructions and explanations, so that they can teach themselves correctly and well in this respect, and consequently use their good and right character traits in the course of their lives, namely good and positive, but not evil and degenerate. Consequently, everything that leads to murder and manslaughter can be prevented through correct and positive self-education, especially when military conflicts take place and war is announced, where murder and destruction are then carried out without hesitation and without restraint. However, if parents and other guardians, and of course also foreigners, did not set an example of all that is wrong and good and incorrect, then the correct and positive self-education could take effect through positive instructions and explanations, and, in good form, make the growing child and the human being becoming an adult into a true human being. However, this would also require the abolition of murderous armies, which only bring discord, death, destruction, annihilation, and misery to Earth and Earth humans, but never peace, love, positivity, and justice. The lies of the military fanatics that a defense army is needed are based only on fear, cowardice, greed for land, vindictiveness, lies and deceit, military fanaticism and lust for power, but never on creating and maintaining true peace, as is wildly lied about and fraudulently instilled in children, causing them to be morbidly and stupidly frightened at a young age of development. But if we look at the education of human beings by parents and other guardians, then the truth is this. The truth is that human beings often have to learn a great deal of good, positive, and correct behavior during their lives, if they learn it at all, because the harsh realities of life demand it. Namely, that everything negative must be rethought and a change towards the positive must take place, especially towards honest and true humanity. True humanity harbours extremely valuable qualities that are expressed when a person understands another person and empathises with what is going on inside them and what moves them. In particular, these values are firstly mindfulness and empathy, which must always be characterised by respect and tolerance. Furthermore, another human being must also be shown honest respect, consideration and care, because these really are the absolute core values of what constitutes true human being, which, like true and profound love, true peace and effective freedom, must be cherished and nurtured in all honesty and strength of character. When the term true and genuine humanity is used, it is of course also associated with humanity, as it also has a broader and narrower meaning, namely that in the whole of true humanity and humanity towards fellow human beings, everything that belongs to or is proper to human beings and relates to them is respected. In this respect, these are all high values that distinguish human beings from animals, creatures and all other life forms, which also define the true human being's attitude and disposition, as well as human faults and weaknesses. Unfortunately, this is also linked to the fact that human beings as such make mistakes, because it is said that to err is human. But this does not and must never mean that they behave and think inhumanly and also act wrongly in this way. All these values mentioned, as well as many other behavioral values, are the practical themes of the Nocademian teaching, which is the teaching of truth, teaching of creation energy, teaching of life, which should be learned by human beings on earth, and they should concern themselves with it and thereby allow themselves to grow within themselves in order to become true human beings. In this respect, human beings should become true human beings and cultivate their true humanity, just as in this way they should also appreciate and honour creation in the existence of all its energy and power of nature and its fauna and flora, everything that exists in creation and its endless existence.
That is good. Then it is already being taught in this way, because the dialogue reports are being distributed via the internet. And the teaching of this is very important, and Ptah has already said that you should spread this on the internet. If you do that now, if you put it in our conversation, then it will be spread that way.
Correct. That is actually how it is then. That idea is good. But something else. Was not the whole thing also taught by Emmanuel? Because I do not know anything about that.
No. I know that very well, because it was only taught among our peoples and the Federation, but not through the heralds on Earth, because at that early time, the simple Earth humans, who were not educated, would not have understood the whole thing in any wise, because their intellect was not so developed in terms of intelligence that a valuable general education would have been available. So, for the first time, the teaching only takes place through you, which is probably also the reason why everything concerning your work is to be blocked and prevented by the religious energy attacks that have taken on a life of their own.
You are not exactly making me happy, my friend. But I am not giving up. But something else. Pius and I saw a UFO on Sunday, the 31st of August at about 7 p.m. Which I already told you and suspected that it was at an altitude of about 1,500 or 2,000 meters or higher. It was like a spherical UFO, which I saw coming from the east, then flying very quickly towards the west and disappearing behind the trees, which Pius also saw, while a passenger plane was traveling much higher to the east. We estimated the white object to be about 60 to 70 centimeters in size, but as you said, you registered it, and you also did not investigate further, but said that this UFO must have been about 15 meters in diameter, and flew at more than 3,500 meters, and the plane at about 5,000 meters. So now we want to know if you have found out where it came from and what it was doing here.
Why it was here and where it came from. I do not know, because I did not research that, because we do not deal with these objects, because our directives prohibit us from endeavoring to find such, and we also did not take a closer look at the object.
I see. I did not think of that. I also want to tell you that the large drone that exploded at a height of only 15 meters and about 30 meters from the kitchen window and flew into a zillion tiny pieces, which was obviously a successor to, was part of other such activities. Shortly after the first incident with such a thing on the west side of the shed, Pius and Jacobus, when they were at the biotope, observed another such object of the same size, about 1 meter or 120 centimeters, so like That is unfortunately the case, and probably cannot be changed. It is just a matter of being careful. Besides, it would only be ridiculed anyway, and people would react with stupid excuses if that was already the case back then when it happened in Saland, and then, because Silvano wanted it that way despite my refusal, we then found out in Pfeffikon exactly what I had predicted when Silvano was determined to call the police. But let us not dwell on that, because the following was reported to me, which Ava also overheard, and I cannot say what is true or not true about it, which is why I did not ask about it. For my part, it is that because such things are completely foreign to me, for I would never humiliate myself and treat another human being, no matter what and how he may be, differently than as a human being. And the fact that this is really the case should also be proven by the fact that I nevertheless strike out and do everything wrong. All this does not correspond to true and good order and righteousness, nor does it also correspond to correct behavior and conduct towards fellow human beings, to decency and true humanity. But this can never tempt me to react in a sincere and honest way, in such a way that it is impeccable, and absolutely in no way such as I am stupidly and thoughtlessly accused of. For my part, I work in the office every day from morning until late in the evening, and often even at night, as do Ava and Bernadette, and unfortunately, I do not realize a lot of things. But now I have spoken to and asked about it, and that is what I wanted to say.
All I can say about that is that I also have such findings, and it is very unfortunate. Consequently, I have already spoken to Ptah about it several times, and we decided that we would bring the whole thing to the committee, of which Ptah is now also a member. We did this 2 months ago, and after some time we received the request that we should openly explain the following to you if you would report something to me that you have now done this, so I have to comment on this according to Ptah and the committee, which I now want to do, and what you are now reporting to me also corresponds to my own findings, which I did not want to incriminate you with until now. However, in accordance with what you are now reporting to me, I would like to say and also explain in the following wise what I have been instructed to do. It is not acceptable, and immediate action must be taken against it. If a member of the FIGU Association, be it with regard to core group members or members of a national group, that in any wise behavior is brought to light which clearly reveals an unlawfulness against a true humanity, or has a domineering effect or seeks to domineer, this will immediately be called to account by the Board of Directors verbatim. If, however, any unlawful behavior in this respect is not discarded and effectively ended within 30 days, then immediate exclusion from the community of the Association Free Community of Interest Universal is unavoidable, because it is not acceptable for dictatorial behavior to come about by one person and also cannot arise in the association, which is prohibited by the very name Free Community of Interests, and must be recorded as a directive in the statutes. There is no right of domination and/or determination by an individual, but every determination must be made by a resolution of the group as a whole, which must never be influenced in any way, but must be explained in detail in advance with regard to its need or necessity. This should be formulated as a precisely formulated article of the Articles of Association and inserted into the Articles of Association in a definitive manner for all times and retained with permanent validity. This is to ensure that there can never be any commanding, ruling, or dictatorial behavior, but that the association Freie Interessengemeinschaft Universell is and remains worldwide what the name Freie Interessengemeinschaft Universell expresses. In this regard, the committee has provided me with this list, which I have recorded here in my device, and which is to be incorporated in full into the Articles of Association in order to create full clarity. Beginning therewith, the following is named and recorded, which, as I have said, is to be incorporated verbatim in the Article of Incorporation: high-handedness and the desire to rule, any form of commanding, lying and slandering, deceitfulness, much speaking, as well as self-preferential know-it-all, insulting, boorishness, insolence, revenge and retaliation, cheating or also harassment of any kind, vices, intrusiveness, rudeness, hypocrisy, immorality of any kind, Gewalt, blackmail, also emotional pressure or cowering, resentment, guilt, tripping, exposure, hostility, manipulation of human beings, distortion of the truth and contentiousness, hatred, etc. In other words, all kinds of bad behavior. It is not possible to list all the bad values, so I also cannot and do not want to name them all. But every member of the FIGU Association worldwide should at least keep away from the bad values that I have now named from this list of the committee, which should be observed in particular and especially by members of the FIGU Association who have to represent the association directly or indirectly in any way externally or hold an office internally. If, however, a member of the core group or a national group is found to be guilty of any of the aforementioned wise behavior, even in a minor way, and thus becomes known, then this member must be called to account, and if he or she has committed him or herself to an office of the association, he or she must immediately and thus within 1 month put an end to his or her incorrect and unworthy behavior. Otherwise, if this is not done, then the member is unworthy of his or her office on the one hand, or in the event of an infringement, he or she must be immediately expelled from the association fee, GU Freie Interessengemeinschaft Universell. This is the advice of the committee, because only in this way can the purpose and timeless existence of the FIGU Freie Interessengemeinschaft Universell Association be guaranteed.
Happig, but I think that is correct.
That is certainly the case, and it should apply with immediate effect, following which strict attention is to be paid and action taken accordingly, because
that will give some food for thought.
That will be the case. But I think on this point, that if the FIGU Association is indeed to continue to exist as a free interest grouping, and continue to exist as such worldwide, then it is inevitable that certain rules must be given and must be followed, which alone can guarantee its continued existence. It is therefore an order that must be given and followed, because nothing can exist without a sense of order.
That is absolutely clear to me, because even creation, which is pure nature, but which is denied by the delusional believers in an imaginary God, and they cling to a ghost contrary to all truth, could not exist without its most far-reaching order, because then there would be no nature, and therefore already no creation at all.
Earth humans do not realize that their belief is a delusion based on beings who, because of their might and ability, were wrongly considered to be higher entities and therefore gods, or simply called God. They were beings, human beings and human-like beings, who, because of the high level of development of their technology, acted powerfully and dominated the Earth humans, who were extremely foreign to them and still very far inferior.
I already know all that from Svath, with whom I was able to see and experience for myself how everything really was. But talking about it does nothing to stimulate the intellect or reason of the Earthlings, Because their delusion of belief in a god is so deeply ingrained in them that it has a fanatical effect, and the believers are addicted to it for life. But look here, when Atlantis tidied up my computer wastepaper basket, this picture was revealed. It was made by Plejaren B, but it has ended up in spam and not in the inbox. I think the idea is a good one, even if the whole thing does not correspond to what it looked like. Recently, he seems to have discovered his hobby because he now uses AI to produce various pictures that are quite good, and which he sends to me.
The picture does not represent reality, but as a symbolization, it is quite acceptable.
I also think so. I will show you more of the works he sent me and Eva later. But what I want to say now, politicians are always shouting at the top of their voices in the news about how many people are dead in Ukraine. The loudmouthed politicians, such as Spahn from the German government recently, hypocritically complain that there are many dead in Ukraine. But in their stupidity, their partisanship, and their blind hatred of Russia, they do not talk about Russia and Palestine. However, these hypocritical and mendacious politicians say nothing about the crimes resulting from the war in Ukraine, which are unscrupulously ordered by Zelensky, and in Palestine, where, as your grandfather Svath used to say when he spoke of what would happen in Israel, the Hitler-like mass murderer and exterminator of the people Netanyahu can work scot-free. They also say nothing about the fact that, together with America, they are actually the ones who are fully to blame for this and for everything else, because they are the ones who are criminally supplying weapons to Ukraine, Zelensky, and Netanyahu, thereby allowing the wars to continue for years and causing mass deaths. In particular, the warmonger and war fanatic in Ukraine, Zelensky promotes and does everything to prevent the war from ending, which is why he is also increasingly expanding the war in Russia with his war attacks and acts of sabotage. For now, the time has come when everything is beginning to come to a head and escalate in accordance with his mad war mania and...
But you should not say that openly.
I also do not, because I am just talking to you and then making my points. But I can say that all those idiots in the governments of the whole of Europe will be to blame if not only the arms supplies to Zelensky, but also the partisan attitude and support for him by the European rulers, as well as certain sections of lowly intelligent and simple-minded citizens, help and encourage everything. The unjustified hatred of Putin and Russia and the ongoing underhand machinations, as well as the behavior of NATO, which is now also involved in a wise way that can actually be classified as a threat, also help to promote everything. Of course, Putin is not a saint to be protected either, but it is completely inappropriate to be biased and make a mockery of him, while the war-mad Zelensky and co. are praised to the skies and helped in their murder and destruction, and in creating misery and hardship, and weapons etc. are supplied. Unfortunately, however, it can never be expected from all the crazy Nazi-minded people, and these are all those evil creatures who are in favor of military and war, both in the governments and also in the populations. That reason and rationality will take hold in them, that real and reasonable thoughts, and thus an attitude will arise that would truly be oriented towards real peace in the world and among all peoples. People are always thinking erroneously and in absolute fear and cowardice only about preemptive defense, so that not even a single thought about real peace could arise in the first place, let alone one that would be clear and reasonable. This is because only a fearful and cowardly contemplation comes about that ponders preconceived defense, namely in such a wise way that the military and thus armies would have to be set up in order to act as a deterrent against any enemies, because this military could spread death, murder, destruction, as well as misery and hardship. And the fact that billions of taxpayers' money are being squandered on the military and armaments as a result of this insane delusion is simply accepted without resistance by all peoples, and if someone says something against it or even rebels, then this human being is shouted down, harangued with stupid corrective speeches, dragged before the courts, jailed, or simply killed. And all of this by fear-ridden, cowardly people who fill their trousers just by thinking, but who believe themselves to be adult, rational, and sensible human beings, when in fact, they are the exact opposite. But now back to Zelensky, Netanyahu and Putin and all their supporters. These completely degenerate guys in particular can murder and destroy en masse as they please, without having to do it themselves, but having it done by their orders. They all have a Nazi mindset, an apt term coined by your grandfather Svath, to describe all those whose mindset was orientated towards war, murder, and destruction. For my part, I found this term good and correct, so I appropriated it and also use it for those human beings whose mind is somehow orientated towards war, murder, and destruction. Nobody is recommending that they use reason and common sense, just as Zelensky, Putin, and Netanyahu are also not being stopped, let alone caught and sent to prison for life. But this Zelensky and the mass murderer Netanyahu enjoy protection everywhere, especially from America through the completely irresponsible dictatorial Trump, who is in his mind a supporter of the death penalty and therefore also a potential murderer out of his senses, as was the first American President Washington, who simply shot a peace officer when he wanted to ask for peace and a ceasefire with a troop of soldiers and a white flag. While I am on the subject of this dictator Trump, I wonder when the American people will finally wake up from their lethargy and realize what is really going on with this guy, who next wants to ban all media, and not just journals and newspapers, but also TV stations, presenters, etc., who dare to criticize the state leadership, as we saw when you were over there with Bermunda. And I also wonder when the stupid part of those Americans who hoisted this dictator Trump into might will finally realize what a primitive, stupid thing they have done. That the most evil of all evils has been done, that.
You are not supposed to mention that, also if it really is the truth, and will come to be so. Besides.
Okay, then, if you dictate the conversation to me then. But it is fair to say that all around, at least those who are Nazi rulers in Europe, especially in Germany and France, fear America's dictator Trump in fear and cowardice. And the same applies to a large proportion of his fellow travelers, who also stick by him out of sheer fear and cowardice because they are afraid of him and his craziness and want to keep their jobs. They are also afraid that they will be cut off and out of a job if they also say the slightest thing against what he hatches, releases, and orders in his dictatorial madness. And again, it should also be said that dictator Trump wants to put a stop to everything that is critical of him, and wants to ban everything that is connected with him, which will happen around the middle of this month, if I remember correctly, and he wants to start with that. In particular, those who will denounce his crazy dictatorship machinations will be put in the dock by him, meaning that he will then dictatorially ban the fundamental right of freedom of expression. This will also be attempted secretly in Europe by the Nazi-thinking rulers, but really only secretly, because it is then feared that otherwise there could be a popular uprising, because it is already seething underground as a result of the arms deliveries, which are not accepted in the way that the Nazi-inclined, especially the governments in Germany and France, assume. You say that those who supply weapons to warring parties are war criminals, and also endanger their country, because the idiotic and partisan actions of this kind provoke retaliation and hatred from the opponent of the party supplied with weapons, which leads to a desire for revenge, and thus a war of aggression, which could result from this. And since the Nazi thinkers in the German government and Europe in particular are acting in the wrong way with regard to Zelensky and Ukraine as well as Netanyahu and Israel, it is not surprising that the Nazis are acting in the wrong way. It is not surprising that the other European states are also sailing along in the same waters, with France and England at the forefront alongside Germany, just as other states, all of them unjustified, idiotic, and completely irresponsible, are interfering in foreign wars and also putting their peoples at risk of being drawn into war. And all the lunatics who sit at the helm as rulers in the European countries cower in cowardice and fear before the dictator of America and submit to his orders, namely to the dictatorship of tariffs, especially Switzerland, which like all other states simply grovels, as well as to all other dictatorial demands of the American dictator Trump. All of this, as the devious EU dictatorship and practically all states on Earth are also joining in, giving America a huge step forward in its hegemonic mania. But the lowly, intelligent, and simple-minded rulers of the world do not realize this. So in their fear and cowardice they capitulate to America's hegemonic dictatorship of Trump, like his fearful and thoroughly cowardly fellow howlers, and parade and cower submissively like fear-ridden dogs. Well, the supporters of Zelensky and Netanyahu are not only this crazy Trump at the forefront, but also the fallible rulers of Europe, especially those neo-Nazi rulers in Germany, as well as those of France and that part of the population who have neo-Nazi leanings and whose Nazi mindset in Germany also wants to destroy and ban those parties that insist that no weapons be supplied for wars and that they refrain from interfering at all. But the neo-Nazi governments are still supporting the murderous Zelensky and also the mass murderer genocidal Netanyahu in Israel, who is already wreaking havoc in Persia and Iran under the protection and with the help and cooperation of America. Iran, and thus, as Sfath said in the 1940s, as a result of knowledge gained from traveling in the future, will be the incentive for this mass murderer to allow his army murderers to continue their murderous and destructive activities with impunity in other states, also in Arabia, without being put to death. It is inevitable that America, Germany, and all the European states, all the Letzfederte Louts whose government clicks, as well as the pack of like-minded people, will again discredit the part of the righteous people of Israel, and again promote anti-Semitism and hatred against the Jews, because Zelensky and Netanyahu are Jews. It is also inevitable that the righteous of Germany, America, and the European states will be innocently cursed and condemned as a result of the criminal machinations of their rulers. And it is just as inevitable that only Putin is made a pig of, and that nothing is ever reported about the fact that Zelensky is doing exactly the same thing in Russia with his murderous work, murdering and destroying by the skin of his teeth, which, as I have already said, is concealed. There is only ever agitation against Russia, as there is in the Middle East against the Palestinians and Hamas, but not against the other side, which also murders and destroys. On the contrary, they are irresponsibly helped and supplied with weapons, so that the stink and war can continue to flourish for years and cause many deaths and destruction. At the same time, everything is being done in a partisan manner to make a complete mess of the opposing party, such as the EU dictatorship adopting sanctions against Russia and applying them against a neutral country like Switzerland, thereby committing treason and not only violating neutrality, but rendering it null and void by directing the sanctions against Russia and not only jeopardizing its friendship, but terminating it. The fact that a single lout of this color is allowed to sit in a government seat in Switzerland at all, and is tolerated by the people, is beyond the pale. And what about the fact that the Swiss government is not allowed to interfere in the politics of foreign states in accordance with the principle of state neutrality, but has done so anyway, and nothing is being done about it? And what about the fact that the rulers in Bern are simply negotiating with the EU dictatorship in Brussels, without authorization and without the prior approval of the people? That will not be all, because so much is being kept secret from the people that it is a wonder that there are no cracks in the woodwork over what is being kept under lock and key. And what else is to be said about Netanyahu? Just from what Bermunda and I have seen, this mass murderer will strike again in the east of Arabia in just a few days with his army of murderers, which will again cause death and destruction. This is further.
But you should not say that openly.
Of course not, because I am talking to you now. And then when you dictate our conversation to me, my little dots come into play. But what else I have to say? It is unfortunately the case that the unscrupulous politicians of all states do the same thing. Namely that they only speak hypocritically of peace, but truthfully do not consider it, nor do they also strive for it. On the contrary, it is important for them to be able to make themselves important through their grandstanding, and believe that the lowly intelligent people are unaware of their hypocrisy and take their mendacious hollow talk at face value and believe that all their lies are good and correct. This is unfortunately the opinion of the majority of the people, who believe that the majority of lying politicians are good and honest. But the lowly intelligent people do not realize that these rulers are only partisan and therefore not neutral, but absolutely incompetent in this respect and therefore unscrupulously exercise their might, run big mouths and enrich themselves with horrendous and highly exaggerated salaries, for which the working, tax-paying population as a whole has to pay. This, as absolutely all of the ineffectual power-hungry people are also responsible for the warmongering and warfare, as well as other nasty and also idiotic and irresponsible machinations. Those in power are the ones who stupidly and imbecility flush the taxpayers' money for military armaments and for wars, murder, and destruction, while necessary things are only sparsely paid for. But they always have enough money for wars and military armaments, as well as for inciting the peoples to produce more offspring, probably only so that more taxes are paid and more military finances flow, and enough lowly intelligent earthlings can be provided as cannon fodder for the armies for the wars. But this is and remains nothing other than Nazi thinking, and if the earthlings were to think about it, although the majority of them are obviously not only lowly intelligent and simple-minded, but also indifferent and irresponsible, then they would be able to recognize quite clearly that the more human beings populate this world, the more discord, strife, hatred, revenge and retaliation, murder, manslaughter, war, destruction and, as a result, annihilation, misery and hardship are rampant. But the majority of lowly intelligent and simple-minded earthlings, who create offspring and more offspring, and never think about the fact that our planet Earth is designed for only 500 to 530 million Earth humans, while almost 10 billion already populate our world and will soon have made the planet unfit for life. This is contrary to all the evil claims of the liars and deceivers, who only come up with around 8 billion with their world human count clock, and also lie that our planet Earth is fully designed for so many human beings, and can carry many more. And the lowly intelligent and simple-minded majority of earthlings believe these brazen lies and indifferently and irresponsibly keep on rejuvenating, not thinking one iota about the fact that this will lead to ever greater hardship and misery on Earth in the future, as well as strife, hatred, wars and all kinds of evil, etc. All this, while the tiny number of righteous and non-power-seeking politicians cower and have no possibility whatsoever to carry out a righteous and correct leadership of the state and its population. The number of such politicians, male and female, is small, and they are simply disregarded or made a pig of by the loud-mouthed and power-hungry of their profession. In Europe, politicians are particularly nasty in this respect, with the ruling neo-Nazi parties in Germany in particular simply silencing other parties, using intrigues to keep them out of government offices and banning them. And against all truth, they insult these parties as right-wing radicals, etc., because they are not of the same mind and, contrary to these evil Nazi-like parties, are peaceful and accordingly against supplying weapons to warring parties and fanatical warmongers and very vicious mass murderers, such as the hypocritical war fanatic Zelensky in Ukraine and the degenerate liar war criminal Netanyahu in Israel. Well, actually I want to talk about the fact that the unrighteous politician scumbags, who supply weapons and money to the warring mass murderers and hypocritically praise and protect the recipients of the same, just as hypocritically lament their deaths and destruction, while they partisanly condemn the other party and make a mockery of it, even though the latter is also suffering countless deaths and destruction. So only the warmongering Zelensky in Ukraine, like Israel and the mass murderer and genocidist Netanyahu, are seen, while Russia and Putin, for example, are condemned, as are Hamas and the Houthis, who are of course no saints, and whose actions can neither be accepted nor called their right to wage war, and for which they can be held responsible. War is always wrong in every case and for whatever reason, also contrary to the law, against every order of creation and absolutely Außertung. But the fact that the idiots of the politicians, the unrighteous elements of this squad, are bean-straw stupid in addition to all their sick partisan nature, so that they are unable to recognize the truth, effectively knocks the bottom out of all barrels. In their low intelligence and stupidity, it does not enter their rotten skulls that there are just as many deaths and evil destruction as well as roaring misery in Russia and among the Palestinians, and not only among those who are partisanly cheered to the skies by insane politicians. Germany and France in particular are so stupid, lowly intelligent, and primitive that they know no bounds to their hypocrisy and mendacity, and are thus able to deceive large sections of their people. And the fact that America is behind the whole thing and hopes to be able to cash in on Russia and Palestine in this criminal way should actually be world famous. But no one is doing anything about it or has also said a single serious word against it. On the contrary, idiotic demonstrations are organized with a lot of public fanfare in order to rake in money en masse by launching bogus campaigns in order to become world famous, as Thunberg is currently doing again by having herself shipped to Palestine. And of course, hegemonist America is behind it all, laughing and greedily and actively making the best possible use of the low intelligence of these bogus demonstration freaks. And the fact that they are lying and deceiving, with the press and the media joining in and making a mess of it, is all the more awesome, because all those lowly intelligent people who do not think for themselves and simply take the media's lies at face value and believe everything without questioning what the truth really is, continue to promote hatred and misery as well as war, murder, and death all over the world. And it is the same with these lying media as it is with every private liar, because every liar, female or male, degenerates after only 2 lies to such an extent that he believes his lies himself, and the whole thing of lying becomes chronic. The mass murderer Adolf Hitler, who brought the Holocaust upon the world, who is now being copied by the Israeli mass murderer Netanyahu with impunity and without restraint in likewise, and who goes on like Hitler could do, is being encouraged by the dictator-like man in America, the mad Trump, who simply accepts everything and is unwilling to take this Israeli mass murderer and genocidal man out of circulation and render him harmless by putting him behind bars for life. After all, he himself is in favor of the death penalty, and is therefore a murder-minded person, and thus not far removed from what Netanyahu is, despite his very demonstrative Bible-waving. This despite the fact that it is the right thing to do if he wants to fight anti-Semitism in the future, which he is not doing himself, but wants to incite his military and all the Letzkfederte dung riders to do so that he does not burn his dictatorship fingers. This, at least as I learned from a recent trip with Bermunda and Njana in the future. Well, if someone says something against the hypocrisy of those self-important politicians who are really almost perfect actors and can even make a show of weeping and shedding tears, which I have seen once here in Switzerland and once in Romania, then all those who are able to see behind the lies of these politicians are viciously abused. When it comes to calling liars like the mass murderer and genocidal Netanyahu by name and saying what corresponds to the actual truth, everything is immediately interpreted as anti-Semitic incitement because the order killer is Jewish. He does not care that this Quetzal discredits the entire Israeli people and stirs up general Jew hatred among non-thinkers, and neither do any of his supporters, which in truth is only a small part of the Israeli people. The fact that the murderous military goes along with this and those surrounding Netanyahu, who lick his boots, make themselves solely culpable, which the righteous people of Israel have nothing to do with, is not recognized, so they are unlawfully accused and found guilty, thus expressing anti-Semitism. Anyone who attacks the real culprit Netanyahu with words and tells the truth is immediately labeled an anti-Semite and a Jew hater, and the population is incited to become like-minded. For the sake of hatred, lies are therefore invented and unscrupulously disseminated worldwide by the lying media, and the peoples are thus misled in order to help those who are much worse and more evil and criminal than their enemies, whereby the idiotic partisan and power-hungry politicians also help to mendaciously confirm the bottomless evil lies as truth, as is the case with the fanatical, hypocritical, warmongering Zelensky, and the Hitler-like mass murderer Netanyahu. Mass murderer Netanyahu and all their supporters, who are only affirmed and supported by those among their people who are of the same mind as these killers, and whose murderous military follow their orders to murder, because hatred and murder are also anchored in their character and in their senses. However, those parts of the people who are peaceful and of goodwill are simply silenced or murdered if they say something that the rulers do not like, as happens almost daily in Persia and Iran by the fanatical religious bigwigs, and those who dare to say something are simply executed without further ado. But the mendacious world press remains silent about this. And the fact that the press and the media are full of lies and deceit, especially regarding the glorious mass murderer Netanyahu, who even puts fleas in the ears of his murderous army and lies and deceives them, is of course not recognized. So it is inevitable that his murderous warriors and warmongering elements will also tell lies and have them disseminated worldwide by the lying media in such a way that the chief thug and mass murderer appears to be a saint and can have people killed all the more. This is in addition to the fact that lousy young and older elements of this Netanyahu murder army simply shoot and murder unarmed Palestinians, and that this is effectively the case. I have seen and experienced this myself together with Bermunda several times, when the two of us were together in war zones in the Middle East and Ukraine. And that this has happened and continues to happen without these murderers being held accountable, just as everything in this regard is deliberately concealed, entirely in the spirit of the mass murderer Netanyahu, who indulges his hatred with the vilest lies for the sake of terror, and carries out genocide against all reservations and objections from dissenters. And how Netanyahu's murderous army journeymen are trained to invent, tell and publicize outrageous lies can be seen, among other things, in the article by Mr. Urs P. Gash of the internet newspaper Info Sperber, which I have just received and am giving you here to read, and which you really should read. I will also include it here during our conversation when Bernadette prepares it for me for this purpose. This really informative newspaper exposes many lies of the media, and thus also things that are effectively so hair-raising that one really has to ask oneself how our already overflowing humanity can still exist and live in this world, which has also destroyed and ruined an enormous amount of nature and its fauna and flora through all its criminal machinations, and continues in the same framework, completely indifferently and absolutely irresponsibly. But read for yourself what is being lied about in order to mendaciously justify the mass murderer Netanyahu's murderous machinations by his army of murderers.
CNN. Israeli government. Babies and toddlers found with decapitated heads. Copyright CNN//copyright NZ decapitated babies and slashed bellies of pregnant women. The atrocities committed by Hamas on the 7th of October 2023 were bad enough, but not cruel enough for a war of expulsion in Gaza. Yours P. Gash.
There are indications that Benjamin Netanyahu's government, with its far-right and fundamentalist ministers, intended from the outset to win over the world public in favor of an ethnic expulsion of the Palestinians from Gaza and a further seizure of the West Bank. This could explain why the propaganda machine of the Israeli government and the settler organizations spread various untruths shortly after the attack of the 7th of October 2023, which had a highly emotionalizing effect. Hamas terrorists had nefariously killed over 40 Israeli babies and even beheaded some infants. Mothers were forced to watch. The terrorists slit open the bellies or breasts of pregnant women. Western heads of state and major media outlets continued to spread these lies unchecked and often without citing sources, making big headlines. The Israeli government exploited the shockwave triggered by this to wage not just a defensive war in the Gaza Strip, but a brutal war of expulsion, and to occupy further areas of the West Bank with impunity, expel Palestinians, and gain land for settlers. U.S. journalist and documentary filmmaker Max Blumenthal is convinced that Netanyahu and his far-right ministers have been pursuing this goal from the outset. At the end of 2024, Blumenthal published a documentary entitled How Israel Sells Its Destruction of Gaza. Global headlines about babies killed and beheaded. Further examples, the front page of the German tabloid Bild was emblazoned with the title, They Cut Off Babies' Heads. The German Press Council rejected 4 complaints against this title. They were extraordinary acts that represent a new dimension of Hamas terror. The Press Council did not examine the truthfulness of the story, although it was clear at the time of its decision that the baby story was not true. On the 11th of November, 2023, the NZZ still spread the following. In Kibbutz Kfar Aza, entire families were burned alive and babies were brutally killed. Spreading lies without asking for sources. When spreading such serious allegations, the journalistic ethical rule applies that at least 2 independent sources must confirm the truth. The first report about killed and decapitated babies was spread by journalist Nicole Zedek, who also works for U.S. media. She claimed to have relied on the statements of Israeli soldiers who were on duty at the scene of the crime in Kibbutz Be'eri. In fact, the only source was soldier David Zion. He is the head of 35 illegal settlements in the West Bank, which are administered by the Shomron Regional Council. Shortly before the 7th of October, Zion incited deadly riots against Palestinian citizens in the town of Huwara, declaring that the village of Huwara should be wiped out. This place is a nest of terror, and the punishment should hit everyone. Blumenthal asks, is this violent fanatic a credible source? The major leading media have not even bothered to ask. The British tabloid Metro quotes David Zion, they beheaded women and children. Copyright Metro, but informant Zion had also not seen the beheaded babies himself. I can tell you that some of the babies did have their heads cut off. We hear that from soldiers on the ground. They also cut off the heads of infants and children. Shortly afterwards, President Joe Biden claimed to have seen photos of decapitated children himself. I never thought I would see pictures of terrorists confirming that children were decapitated. The story of these atrocities spread like wildfire. No confirmation. When individual media outlets began to take an interest in the photos and sources a short time later, photos and witnesses were nowhere to be found. When asked several times, Israeli government spokespeople said they could not confirm any specific cases or figures. They said that the abuse by Hamas had been extremely brutal, but that there was no evidence of the beheading of several babies. According to media reports, shortly afterwards, the White House admitted to journalists that President Biden had no independent confirmation and was relying on publicly circulating reports from Israel. Since then, U.S. government spokespeople have no longer mentioned the alleged beheadings, only the brutality of the attack as a whole. Worryingly, to date, there has been no public, formal retraction or denial of the beheading claim from either Israel or the U.S. The statements have simply not been repeated. International media categorized the allegations as unsubstantiated. However, in March 2024, FDP MP Markus Faber declared in the German Bundestag, without contradiction, that 40 babies were killed in the most brutal and wise way in the Hamas attack. Some of the babies were thrown alive into the fire, while their mothers had to watch. The mothers were then raped themselves. None of this is true. In June 2024, Faber became the new chairman of the German Defense Committee. Fetus cut out of the pregnant woman. Israel and its proxies fed the media with new stories of atrocities that were even more gruesome. Many of these came from Yossi Landau, the religious fanatic behind a state-recognized ultra-Orthodox aid organization called Zaka, which provides aid after terrorist attacks. Although Zaka had no forensic qualifications or paramedic training, Zaka volunteers were the first on the scene, and could therefore make the most outlandish claims. Landau testified verbatim, "A head was cut off, this 14 to 15-year-old. We looked for the head, but could not find it." Original testimony from Yossi Landau. Yossi Landau himself admitted that he never saw any atrocities himself. Rather, he used his imagination to tell stories about the bodies he found. In one house, we saw the parents, father and mother, on one side of the dining room, with their hands tied behind their backs, and on the other side of the room, opposite them, two children, a girl and a boy, in the same position. They were supposed to see each other being tortured. How evil can you be? Landau also claimed he possessed photos of a fetus. A Hamas leader had cut it out of the body of a pregnant woman. The belly was slit open, and a knife was still in the baby, the unborn baby. But these pictures also never surfaced, not even after the media requested them. The lies proved to be a lucrative business. The business with the invented atrocity stories was lucrative. Before the 7th of October, the Zaka organization was bankrupt. After the horror stories were spread, Zaka received over $13 million in donations in a short space of time. The Israeli newspaper Haaretz reported that desperate Zaka volunteers were desperate to capitalize on the 7th of October. They even moved the bodies found in the kibbutzim and played with them to increase the horror before sending the pictures to potential donors. Israeli propaganda immediately adopted Landau's invented stories. Children had been tied up, burned, and executed. Netanyahu's government and the Israeli army portrayed the authoritarian fundamentalist Hamas as a gang of psychotic, ISIS-like, irrational Muslim fanatics, as barbarians and non-human beings. The Israeli government wanted to prevent the Hamas attack on Israel from being portrayed as the act of a resistance group rebelling against its eternal internment in the Gaza Strip prison. Invented baby horror also against Iraq. Spreading invented horror stories has worked several times before. When Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1991, George Bush Sr. repeated the claims of a 15-year-old Kuwaiti teenager that she had seen Iraqi soldiers taking babies out of incubators in Kuwait and leaving them to die. It later emerged that the teenager was the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador to the USA, and that her claims had been fabricated by a PR company in Washington. The Kuwaiti government had commissioned the PR firm to do so. Israel recalls the Holocaust. One of Israel's emotionalizing arguments was the comparison with the Holocaust. The death toll on the 7th of October represented the largest murder of Jews since the Holocaust. It was the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust, or the greatest loss of Jewish life in one day since the Holocaust. This depiction implies that Hamas killed Israelis because they are Jews. In fact, however, this brutal act was directed against the state of Israel, which controlled the population in the Gaza Strip militarily and in terms of supplies, and kept them isolated from the outside world, as if in an open-air prison. And B, this information in no wise justifies the brutal assault by the authoritarian fundamentalist Hamas on many innocent human beings. It neither justifies nor relativizes the atrocities committed by Hamas fighters, nor the serious violations of international humanitarian law, such as the taking of civilians as hostages. But the above information also belongs in the public domain and should not be sacrificed to the war.
Such lying is effectively unbelievable, because the fact that neither you and Bermunda nor I have ever been able to observe such things all these long times really proves that during all our observations nothing so malicious ever happened. And the fact that all the war and the inhuman and evil machinations of murder, rape, and destruction originate mainly from Netanyahu's army is not mentioned by the media. This fact of lying is absolutely suppressed and concealed, as is the fact that Netanyahu commands a small force in his murdering, raping, and destroying army which, according to him, spreads very nasty misinformation among the military and externally via his military to journalists. And what is also concealed is that far fewer hostages are held captive by Hamas than Netanyahu hatefully holds. Captive in Israel Palestinians who are actually also nothing more than so-called hostages and exceed many times over what is held captive by Hamas, which you have seen for yourself than we have.
Yes, but it is not necessary for you to say anything further. It is always the case, whether in a war or among earthlings in general, also in the family sphere, that many incidents etc. are distorted, concealed or passed on in a lying manner, because those who have been passed on protect themselves in a mendacious way from their own wrongdoings being publicized. Denigrating others, lying, snitching, slandering, accusing them of this and that against all truth and making a mockery of them is common practice among all those human beings who are rags of character and believe they can gain might through their lies and get human beings on their side. Unfortunately, this is often and very easily achieved because many earthlings simply believe many of the lies they are told, which they have learnt through their religious beliefs, without checking everything themselves to find out the truth. Besides, believing is not strenuous in any wise, whereas searching for the truth requires effort, a lot of thought and endeavor.
To say anything in reply to that would be, as you say in each case, carrying water into the Rhine, because there cannot be anything more than truth.
That is so, and it cannot be contradicted. Sfath, your grandfather, taught me many things in the 1940s, including this truth. He was able to prove many things to me and also every scholar as to their correctness, including sounds that can be heard by apparatus, etc., which cannot be perceived purely by hearing. He even taught me how the otherwise inaudible vibrational pulsations, which I can only tell you. The fact is that the earth moves continuously, and so do the mountains, which fluctuate imperceptibly, depending on the season and climate, whereby the earth also sings and moves. But this is something I am not supposed to explain, which unfortunately I did not stick to at school because I wrote things down about it during the break and often put it downstairs in the classroom, where it was sometimes stolen and given to the teacher, who then beat me up for it. Also because I once said in a science lesson that the earthworm produces the important humus in the earth through its feces, without which nothing could grow at all, just as many insects could not live if herbs and flowers etc. did not grow and thrive, would grow and flourish. This did not fit in with his concept, so he got angry and struck. But what the heck, that was back then and I just remembered it. But look at this. I have received a question about the Bermuda Triangle, although I am not keen on having to deal with correspondence anymore, because my work is much more important. Because since this crazy energy that has taken on a life of its own has been constantly interfering with my work, everything has become quite difficult. But I want to answer this question here, because I think it is necessary.
Question Bermuda Triangle.
Answer. There used to be a dimensional gate there that led to another dimension, and through which all sorts of things from our Dern universe crossed over. But it has since closed again. The disappearance never to be seen again of ships, also giant ships with their full crews, as well as aeroplanes, has nothing to do with extraterrestrials, but with natural earthly phenomena, as I experienced with Svath in the 1940s, and later together with Asket, Simyaase, and Ptah. For example, I experienced how, in bright sunshine and therefore the best weather conditions, gigantic water currents suddenly formed in the sea from its depths, as Ptah explained, and also enormous air currents in the atmosphere. These were obviously working together, and Ptah showed me moving displays on apparatus, and explained that the whole thing was caused by swinging waves deep in the earth. Waves were created in the sea in such a way that they suddenly reared up, and a huge wave was created. An event that occurred suddenly in calm and absolutely clear weather in the area of the Bermuda Triangle. Ptah and I were able to witness this giant wave in 1980, as we were able to observe how it suddenly arose, then raced across the sea at tremendous speed and, before the Bermuda Triangle was actually reached correctly, as Ptah realized, overtook a giant ship in a matter of seconds and swept it into the depths. However, the gigantic current of the sea not only swept the ship into the depths, but many kilometers away with it, and it then sank somewhere in the sea. The whole thing happened so quickly that no distress call could be sent from the ship, which would also have been useless because everything happened so devilishly fast that the people on the ship probably did not even see the giant wave approaching. I remember Ptah explaining that it was absolutely normal for ships and aeroplanes to be swept many kilometers away by the powerful water currents and air currents, which made them impossible to find.
But that should be enough.
Yes, that is all I want to say about that also. But I have something else here, namely an email from Turkey from Burke to Bernadette, dated 9.7/25, which we do not want to withhold from the readers of the contact reports.
Excerpt.
Regarding your explanation of the so-called evolutionary impulse, I read Billy's article in the last contact reports, which he wrote in Svath's time. I understand the difference between creation energy and creation life energy, and further clarify it with the following analogy for the sake of simplicity. Everything that exists in the universe, from the finest particle of dust to thinking human beings, is an expression of a single, all-pervading source of power, creation energy. This energy represents the fundamental operating system of creation, and is also, to a certain extent, creation itself, comparable to a universal power grid that permeates every single part of the cosmos and endows it with existence. Nothing that is material exists independently of it. It is not just energy in the physical sense. It is living, structuring pure intelligence that not only animates matter, but also works into it, molds it, controls it, and leads it to evolutionary stages of maturity. Within this omnipresent creation energy, a more differentiated, purposeful form of power is at work, the creation life energy. It is like a program-controlled intelligence component within the cosmic stream, comparable to the firmware of every living system, tailored to its form of consciousness. In human beings, it operates in the capacity of conscious thoughts. In animals and creatures, it expresses itself in instinctive or impulsive behavior. In plants, it unfolds as stimulus perception and simple reaction patterns. In minerals, crystals, and subatomic fields, it regulates swinging waves, structure, alignment, and information. Each of these systems has its own customized software version of the life energy of creation, which tailors its task precisely to the respective species and genus. In all higher life forms, the brain acts as the highest biological processor, which is supplied with thinking, feeling, sensing, perceiving, experiencing, and recognizing, etc. by the creation life energy. This energy enables the consciousness, whether highly developed as in human beings or instinct impulse-based as in animals or creatures, to think, feel and learn in a world of forms. The biochemical impulses of the brain are not autonomous, but require the guiding power of the life energy of creation, which drives them in their depths. Without this energy, thinking would be like a processor without electricity, mere hardware without functional potential. However, the life energy of creation not only fulfills a vital driving function, it is also a universal memory. Everything that a living being experiences, recognizes, feels or learns is recorded energetically, comparable to a cloud system that constantly receives data streams from all connected instances. However, these recordings are not necessarily made individually, but within the genus or species to which the living being belongs. In this way, the energy does not store the experiences of the individual for itself alone, but also integrates them into the overall developmental pattern of the species. With the death of the physical body, the experiences stored in life are not extinguished, but are fed back into the overall block of consciousness of the species. There they are analyzed, processed and transformed in such a way that future generations and reincarnating individuals, Bernadette's note, newly revived human beings, personalities, can unconsciously harness the experiences of past phases of life in a way that is only hinting at them, that is to say, unconscious impulses from the creation energetic consciousness or its unconscious. This continuous storage, retracing and reorientation forms the basis of all natural evolution. The development of new organs, forms of thought or patterns of behavior is not based on chance, but on the wealth of experience stored in the energy of creation life, and also on the conscious wealth of ideas of the self-thinking human being, which registers and evaluates the energy of creation life over eons like an intelligent archive manager. Every transformation, every natural adaptation to changing environmental conditions, every biological metamorphosis is ultimately a causal evolutionary impulse of creation life energy. It is the invisible but all-pervading hand behind change, not an external coincidence, but an inner law. Just as a learning system optimizes its algorithms through constant feedback, the life energy of creation refines life itself, based on the internally recorded data that it has collected since the first appearance of a life form.
Mail from Burke to Christian dated 22.7. 25.
Could Billy please tell us about Gilgamesh, the Sumerian king of Uruk, and the epic about him as briefly as possible in one of the upcoming contact reports? To what extent is there any truth in it apart from the outrageous fabrications? I know that he belonged to a race of shapeshifters who lived for several centuries, and that he may still be alive among us. The last anyone heard of him, I believe, was that he was working in a nuclear facility in Nashville to gain access to heavy water, deuterium, his life-giving liquid. I would love to hear his introduction to the Sumerian people if Billy could mention what he could publicly state as truthful historical facts without any breach of confidentiality. It is also my understanding that his ship crashed in the Himalayan mountains, along with some of his fellow travelers who died in the course of history. So he is the only survivor. I know that he refused the Plejaren's help and decided to stay on Earth. Since his name means he who seeks the source of life, his source of life would be deuterium water due to his different metabolism. And I speculate that the whole epic could revolve around this main theme of seeking this heavy water, his supply. I am only interested in his life story during the Sumerian period. I am not asking about his actual circumstances during the whole story of his centuries-long life.
What do you think about that? Should I...
Not only would it not be good, but also... So you also have to consider that...
That is good. Then do not, and I will just put what I have said in full stops.
Then I also have something that, however, but then I have to go.
Wednesday, the 17th of September 2025, 11:35 hours.
Note that we have only now finished dictating the conversation of the 7th of September because we had to edit the contents of your new book together first, as a great many parts had been removed by the energies interfering with your work.